never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey gouging. Negatory there, hillbilly, you clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Double check here. What day is it? Hey, Friday! Yes, at least in the Eastern time zone, we've crossed over that midnight hour, the witching hour. And we will be working our way from east to west, across the country, rolling into the 28th day of January. All right, what's on tap for your weekend? Aside from maybe getting ready to bundle up, we already had one very, very, very significant Arctic blast earlier this week. You saw those 40-plus below wind chill factors through parts of the Dakotas, Minnesota, Wisconsin, down into Iowa. 20, 30 below wind chills widespread across the east. And, of course, we've been talking about a big weekend storm. All right, the full-fledged nor'easter that is anticipated to come together. And for anyone along the East Coast to say you haven't been forewarned, I mean, there were winter storm watches posted 50 hours prior to the arrival of this storm, which, again, it's going to be Saturday into Sunday. But now we're kind of really beginning to count down. The clock is ticking. Winter storm watches have now been issued for the mid-Atlantic to the southeast. Southeastern New England, that would be. In advance of the nor'easter that's set to charge up the East Coast, starting later tonight, Friday night, into Saturday morning and on into Sunday. Going to be a long day Saturday for some folks as this thing chugs along, strengthening into a full-blown blizzard. Well, that's what we're going to see in the New England area for sure. Everything is on the table with this storm, according to AccuWeather's chief on-air meteorologist Bernie Rayno this past day, adding that a fresh injection of cold air moves in ahead of the storm, which will develop near the North Carolina coast. From the beginning sometime later today, Friday, the storm then rapidly intensifies as it moves northward along or just off the East Coast. Eastern New England and the eastern tip of Long Island, New York, is where you have a good probability of well over a foot of snow. Now, AccuWeather said snowfall as much as 3 feet is predicted to occur in eastern New England. Wow. Talk about getting buried. Now, as the storm quickly strengthens, it's going to create hurricane-force winds across parts of eastern New England, raising concerns for obviously significant blowing and drifting snow, reduced visibility, power outages, those blizzard conditions. Along the coastline, flooding and beach erosion will be a serious threat, especially in eastern Massachusetts. Winds will become a major problem, they tell us. This could be a really damaging storm. The storm's track appears like it's going to push a little bit further to the east, but even so, the mid-Atlantic will pick up snowfall with coastal areas from eastern Maryland and Delaware northward toward New York City. That's the zone we're expecting to see the heaviest snow totals in the region. Looks like our friends in Boston, you'll be in the heart of the storm. 18 to 24 inches in the city. It is not out of the question for the blizzard to climb into the top 5 biggest snowstorms to impact Boston. And it could be the biggest to hit Beantown in the month of January. Other locations that will see a similar dumping of snow, where they're predicting storm max potential totals of 36 inches, Providence, Rhode Island, Portsmouth, New Hampshire, Portland, Maine. Just west of that zone, Islip, New York, Hartford, Connecticut, Worcester, Mass., Manchester, New Hampshire, a good 12 to 18 inches in store, according to forecasters, which is still a tremendous accumulation considering the major blowing and drifting that's anticipated during and after the storm. In Maine, the companies are preparing by staging crews around the area. We've brought in 300 additional line workers. This complements our 200 internal line workers. And we're also going to be bringing in an additional tree crews. So we'll be mobilizing all these resources over the next couple of days. But the combination of winds, 40 miles per hour plus, and the dry, powdery nature of the snow will reduce visibility significantly for numerous hours. Blizzard conditions in portions of New England. Now, the ability to measure the snow is going to be very difficult in many areas. It may be an exercise in futility for some, due to the extensive amount of blowing and drifting that they're expecting from the blizzard. Trying to get an accurate reading will be extremely difficult. Moreover, travel will be almost impossible with the significant drifting of snow that could pile up high enough to completely cover automobiles. New York City may still be buried by a heavy snow, 6 to 12 inches. A bit further south, accumulations a bit lower, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington, D.C. The heaviest snow will come down east of those cities, as some drier air may reduce snow totals in the metro areas, but still, Philadelphia could pick up 3 to 6 inches from this storm. Washington, D.C. and Baltimore's Inner Harbor may pick up a couple of inches. So there you go, horse feathers, maybe a couple of inches there. Still sounds like anywhere from 2 to 48 would be a good guess, right? Now, the scope of the western and northern extent of the heavy snow and blizzard conditions will be dependent on the track and the intensity of the storm. We've literally been talking about this all week long. I guess the storm has to finally develop before they're going to be able to zero on. What is the track going to be? Because that shift of 50 miles to the west or east would make a significant difference. Well, where you could see Philadelphia, maybe 3 to 6 inches, it could suddenly become 6 to 12 inches. Yeah, from like New York City to Ocean City, Maryland. So you could double the numbers. But if the opposite happens and it tracks 50 miles further to the east, you may cut those snowfall numbers in half. So there you go. Anywhere from, 1 to 12 inches. All right, the sprawling New York City metro area in particular will experience a wide range of accumulations. Northwestern New Jersey maybe just an inch or two could fall, but areas in central Long Island will face well over a foot of snow. And again, any small shift in the storm track to the east or west could mean the difference between what would be a manageable snowfall versus all-out blizzard conditions in the 5 boroughs. In preparation for the storm, the New York City Sanitation Department has 700 salt spreaders in the city loaded up and ready to respond to the storm. We're telling people, though, to stay off the roads. Only essential travel, be very careful. Yeah, this is another snow where you couple with the snow coming in, we're talking about getting really high winds. This will probably shut down some of our airports. In all likelihood, Boston's Logan International, and could lead to scores of canceled flights in New York City, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., and undoubtedly the ripple effects will be felt all around the country. Forecasters advise avoiding travel across much of New England Saturday and Saturday night if it's avoidable. Heavy snowfall rates, 1 to 3 inches per hour with the extensive blowing and drifting, whiteout conditions. Snow drifts of several feet could occur in open areas, and the storm's going to maintain this intensity for a pretty significant duration. We're talking 8 to 12 hours. So it's going to be pretty much impossible for the road crews to keep up on the roadways there. If you venture out, plan on a good likelihood that you could become stranded. Further south, parts of the southeast and the mid-Atlantic will be sideswiped by the big storm, maybe a few inches across portions of eastern North Carolina, southeastern Virginia. Yeah, should the storm strengthen to its maximum potential, winds of 74 miles per hour, hurricane force or higher, may be felt in southeastern New England. So you would be talking widespread power outages. There could be gusts approaching 90 miles per hour in southeastern Massachusetts. Wow. That sounds like the zone where you better have a backup, something set up for a backup source of heat should the power go out, and it may be off for an extended period of time. Now, before the main event, we're looking at some flurries overnight tonight and through the day today for parts of the central Appalachians to the mid-Atlantic as our next push of Arctic air begins to come in out of Canada. As a matter of fact, let me flip over. We've had some flurries outside the secret bunker for several hours here. You've got some on and off periods of light, mostly light snowfall flurries, and every once in a while it'll pick up just a little bit. We can start all the way over in, say, Parkersburg, West Virginia, through southern Ohio, primarily south, everything south of I-70. But there's some of that light snow all the way back to Louisville, even down into maybe seeing a few flakes all the way down to Bowling Green, Kentucky tonight. A few flakes falling here and there around the Chicago metro tonight. Again, this is just the frontal system. Not a lot of moisture to work with, but just generally a coating to less than an inch in a few spots that pick up some of a few heavier bands. Much of the zone from central Virginia to central Pennsylvania, central and northern New York. It's going to snow along with that cold front Friday. More likely to bring an accumulation as opposed to the nor'easter from Friday night into Saturday. So this will bring you maybe a light dusting. The nor'easter, the heavy stuff's all going to be really confined primarily to the East Coast. The only areas I'm looking to see anything further inland is pretty much western portions of Virginia along the West Virginia line. And you get down into the Smokies region. They're the easternmost reaches of Tennessee, including like Gatlinburg, all up that Smoky Mountain range, higher elevations, where we're talking 2 to 6 inches. The storm is going to bring some heavy snow totals and dangerously cold wind chills, 15 below zero. So your winter storm warning there kicks in at 1 o'clock Friday afternoon and continues to 7 a.m. Saturday. That's for the snow, for the wind chill watch late Friday night through Saturday afternoon. Now, lower elevations along the foothills of the mountains, maybe some light accumulations, wind chill values near zero Friday night into Saturday morning. But with the frigid temperatures, any accumulation is going to result in potentially dangerous travel conditions. That is from the Weather Service office there in Morristown, Tennessee. So again, that includes the Smoky Mountains, Sevier County right there, Gatlinburg, Dollywood. All right, one other stop here. Let's check on in with the Weather Service office in Greenville, Spartanburg, South Carolina. Winter storm warning, and this is for the higher elevations, 1 o'clock Friday afternoon to 7 a.m. Saturday, above 3,500 feet, and just a winter weather advisory for the lower elevations. So for the winter storm warning, accumulations 3 to 5 inches, maybe up to 8 inches in elevations above 5,000 feet near the Tennessee border there. Winds gusting to 35 miles per hour at times. For the winter weather advisory areas, maybe 1 to 3 inches of snow. So western North Carolina, the mountains, right there along the Tennessee border. Precip begins probably mid-afternoon today. It may mix in with a little bit of rain in the lower valleys, but quickly changing over to all snow as the intensity increases by evening. Now, the snow should be paired back toward the Tennessee border Saturday morning, but the wind chills, 5 to 10 below zero, especially in those higher elevations, with a few of the ridge tops maybe as cold as 15 below Saturday morning. And I know for our friends in the deep south, you've been waiting for this plunge of Arctic air, waiting for the iguanas to start raining from the trees, correct? Looks like that deal is still on, coming up this weekend. So, all right, hello to Philip out of the box tonight. Timothy, a couple of our first friends on board. Horse Feathers, hey, Mike. James, morning from Woodstock, Georgia, 38 degrees, but they're calling for wind chills here in the single digits Saturday. Yes, sir. That's what I was just telling you about. 15 cars on board. Hey, Steve, do you have a Dodge truck and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Of course I do, yes. Thanks, 15 car. Hello to Daniel, morning from Idaho there. Central Florida, there's Richard checking in where he's got 60 degrees. Yeah, you're going to probably, cut that in half By the time you get to Saturday night, Sunday morning, you may see some upper 20s as far south as portions of central Florida. Hillbilly Tex on board, giving everybody a big shout out. Wave of the hand. Eskimo Mom says, Northern Kentucky, yeah, we do have a little bit of snow cover here, 31 degrees at this hour. You know what? That's one thing I have noticed, Eskimo Mom. It's a little more comfortable outside tonight. Yeah, they're showing, we've got 34 outside the secret bunker. Not seeing a number at the airport. I guess I have to go to this page. But, yeah, so a little bit, I mean, there are some winter weather advisories, I believe, there in parts of Kentucky. Let me zoom in on that. Again, it's not too far south. Lexington to Frankfort, Kentucky. You got winter weather advisories. This is that little dustiness snow that's coming through. They're talking maybe up to an inch. So it's not going to be a big storm, but yeah, east central Kentucky overnight. Yeah, additional snow showers could occur later in the day on Friday. So again, winter weather advisories there for portions of east central Kentucky, as that's our next shot of Arctic air pushing through. All right, hello to Dwayne on board this morning. Captain Ron checking in, 42 degrees at the Florida-Georgia line on 75. Hooray, it's Friday. Morning, Steve. Joe checking in. Hello to the overnight drive crew. Finally Friday. I do believe Big Moose has a real hit there. Everybody have a great weekend. Let's see. Cramerton, North Carolina. Brian checking in. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 33 degrees here in the Hoosier tonight. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the left seat of a high-speed cow truck. There you go. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. All hammered down and be safe. Deborah's on board. Morning. All reservations are made for the Mid-America Truck Show. We'll be there Friday and Saturday. All right. Hey, we'll be there too, Deborah. Looking forward to seeing you guys. Everybody stay safe out there, especially my hard-working driver. All right, Josh, great intro from the old Silverback there, the Big Moose. Miguel checking in where we've got 69 degrees here in Miami. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to hear the show because I didn't work this week. I got the damn the cough, and I guess the COVID. Felt like hell this week. Oh, boy. Hope you're feeling better now, Miguel. Wondered where you've been there. All right. On the mend, hopefully. Hello to Chevy Guy. Central Oregon checking in, L. Trout. Frost on all the trees and bushes. We never got over 30 degrees today. So watch for some ice on the roads out here. Gilligan on board. Morning, Steve, and the fellow listeners. It's a lot warmer tonight on I-81. We've got 32 degrees, clear for now in Radford, Virginia. Winter weather storm advisory signs are up, though. Everybody keep a shiny side up. Okay, yeah, that's some of that snow that's coming out of Kentucky later on tonight into your Friday there, Gilligan. Santa Claus on board. Morning, Steve, and the road gang doing my post trip at Kramer Junction, California. We've got 40 degrees at this hour. Santa Claus out. We got 30 degrees here in Southern Illinois. Our Gerald Ray's Music Entertainment. Everybody be safe. Big shout out to you, Steve, and the wonderful overnight crew. You all stay groovy. Groovy? That's a term from, that was, last time I heard that was probably back in the Brady Bunch days, right? Groovy. It is 844-844-3388. Underway on a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, groovy. Hello to Buckeye Boy, checking in from Burlington, Colorado tonight. Hey, you're a little further west than you typically get, huh? We've got a chilly 13 degrees. It feels like 2. Stop for my 10-hour break here. So far, so good on the road conditions. I'm hoping that continues to Salt Lake City. I will be listening in for a bit here, then I'll catch the rest of the show on the podcast when I get back on the road. Have a great weekend, everybody. Be careful out there. There's Kentucky Ken. How about that? Morning, Steve Sommers and the Overnight Drive crew in Piqua, Ohio. On my way to Holiday City. Happy Friday and go Bengals. Hooday. Sunday, the big day. Yep. There's 4 teams in the mix. By the time we come back here Sunday night, Monday morning, there will be 2. And that will be the 2 who will face off in the Super Bowl. Who's it going to be? All right, Michael on board. Hey, really like Big Moose's song. He should move to Nashville. Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. There's the Dipsy driver. Morning, Steve, and all the hardworking men and women out there on the roads. Please stay safe out there. We really need you out there now more than ever. There's our friend Terry from Canada. You've been a long way from home this week, haven't you, Terry? Little Rock, Arkansas. We've got 42 degrees. I'm headed back north to the cold. Safe travels to my fellow freight relocators out there. All right, Susie Bell is on board. Happy Friday, Steve. God bless all the truckers out there. You are so important to our country. And I love Big Moose. He's so talented. I'm sending a virtual hug. All right, let's see. Morning, Steve. There's from Dale. Morning's fellow cartoon characters. It's Buckwheat and Maverick getting ready to head to New York City. We've got 26 degrees in Denver, PA. Wishing we could get more of this snow in our area. So far this winter, we've missed on a lot of snow. All right, yes, I guess the heaviest stuff's going to stay probably east of you once again with this particular storm. All right, let's see. Curtis on board this morning. It says, to quote the late Don Imus, sounds like we in Delmarva are going to get bitch slapped. There, it does, yes. Delmarva Peninsula, look out, Curtis. Let's see. Susie Bell just loves the show. This is the greatest show on any forum, internet or podcast. Why? Because every night you get to hear a piece of Americana, the people, and their ideas. I love it. I love the callers, the jokesters, and Steve's ability to discuss many different topics and provide information to us. You're too kind, Susie Bell. Thank you so much for listening in, though. All right, Buster Brown, have a great Bengals weekend. Try to beat Kansas City twice. That is a tall order, though. All right, Steve, great content this week. Thank you, Buster Brown. And let me see, I got one or two more here before we move on to some of our friends in the Deep South. Waiting for the cold. Morning, Steve. Marion, Ohio. Chiefs are gonna kick butt. Uh-oh. All right, we'll see. We'll see. Let's see. Pappy's on board. Hunker down, our friends there on the East Coast. It's Friday, and we've got 31 degrees in western Hamilton County. Yeah, Roy says, I'm not a Biden fan, but what I'm hearing is ever since the Biden administration delivered their letter in response to the Ukraine, things have relaxed a little. Yeah, Putin just wants a small portion of the river for some reason. So just a limited move. I said, that's just what I'm hearing. I had not heard that, but I do see one of the latest headlines. Another concerning headline this past day, which reads, Moscow moves medical units to the front lines. Western defense officials reporting Thursday, Moscow is sending medical units to the Ukrainian front, where you've got the roughly 100,000 troops positioned. Wall Street Journal notes Russia has previously built up forces near the borders of Georgia and Ukraine before invading, but they've done this before, and on occasions they've drawn back down. And they've seen major buildups, which keeps Western intelligence from really making a determination. What's Putin doing? You would think with the medical units moving up front, it's all a guessing game. I guess realistically, it's a game of real-life chess that's being played. Now, the Deputy Secretary of State, Wendy Sherman, says, I have no idea whether he's made the ultimate decision. We certainly see every indication that he's going to use military force sometime. The U.S. thinks Putin will do a full-blown war. Europeans think he's bluffing. And senior German official who was not named by the Journal says Americans are preparing with the sense that it will happen, but we don't. Again, that's a German official. Everybody playing the guessing game. A spokesperson for the Kremlin this past day said recent proposals from Washington have not addressed Russia's central demands, noting that there's not much reason for optimism. It cannot be said that our considerations were taken into account or that any willingness to take into account our concerns have been demonstrated. And again, the only thing that I've really heard of the demands is not allowing Ukraine to become a part of NATO, right? That's what we've heard over and over again. All right, we'll get a news break and to your calls this Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer says he'll retire later this year. President Biden says he's known Stephen for a long time. He was a staffer for the Senate Judiciary Committee in the 1970s. 20 years later, Biden was chair of that committee for Breyer's confirmation hearing.
I'm here today to express the nation's gratitude to Justice Stephen Breyer for his remarkable career of public service.
Breyer spoke about politics in America.
Of course, people don't agree, but we have a country that is based on human rights, democracy, and so forth.
President Biden says he will nominate a black woman for the vacancy. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says he wants to move quickly on confirming a nominee. This is USA Radio News.
Is your business struggling to get clients? Are you looking to save money on your marketing budget? Look no further than BC Media & Associates. BC Media & Associates is a full-service advertising agency that offers the lowest rates possible for primetime radio, TV, OTT, and billboard marketing. Call now to find out how you can get a free week of advertising. 855-959-2288. That's 855-959-2288. BC Media & Associates has over 20 years' experience of helping businesses like yours run successful successful and profitable marketing campaigns. Whether you're a small local company, regional or national company, the team at BC Media and Associates has the expertise to get the results that your business needs. Call BC Media and Associates today to find out how you can get a free week of advertising. Restrictions apply. 855-959-2288. 855-959-2288. That's 855-959-2288. Or visit them online at bcmediaassociates.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive an 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, hello to Wheelchair Dave. Sends me an email here. Says, glad you're out of YouTube jail. Sorry I haven't called in. Blood pressure not back to 100% normal just yet. So at times I feel a bit loopy. But yes, you are correct. Very excited about the upcoming sports car racing Friday at Daytona International Speedway. If you could, maybe look up the latest news. Wickens return to full-time racing with Hyundai in the Michelin Pilot Challenge at Daytona Speedway this Friday afternoon. He'll be racing with hand controls. 48-car field for this one. Then Saturday, Sunday, yes, the 60th year of 24 hours at Daytona, the Rolex 24 hours. It is a field of 61 cars, a record amount, honoring 6 famous Grand Marshals. And it's going to be very cold Saturday night in the darkness there. You're right. I forgot. Yeah, well, I didn't forget. Yeah, it's going to be cold, very cold in Florida. I mean, wow. I mean, for the fans that are in the stands, this thing goes 24 hours, and I've tuned in the past, and as the night wears on, you got people up there with blankets. I mean, trying to rest a little bit. How you can rest with those cars going by, I have no idea. But I was just wondering if Philip there in Florida has ever attended the Rolex 24. And also, thanks to the heat wave for the Unser stories. Take notice of the driver, Austin Cedric. He's up and coming, and I think he's the real deal. Thank you so much. Wheelchair Dave. All right. Yeah, we'll tell you more. How cold's it going to be in Daytona this weekend? Brr. Jolly Green Giant, what's been happening?
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I thought maybe I'd like to talk about I've seen a poll of the 10 worst presidents of all time.
Okay.
Now, what really bothered me is number 2 was Donald Trump. And it said the reason that he was the second worst president of all time is because he had been impeached twice. Okay?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, he wasn't impeached. They voted for his impeachment, but he was not impeached, first of all. Number 2, I knew by looking at the poll, there was a liberal that wrote the poll in the first place. It wasn't a conservative, because Obama's name wasn't on the list, and Biden was not on the list. And I'd like to know why Obama was not on the list, because of his Obamacare, I consider him to be the worst president of all time next to Biden. When I started with the company that I work for right now, I did not have to pay for my medical insurance. It was free. Then when Biden come in, I'm paying $114 a week thanks to Biden. Obama. So the whole point is I consider Obama to be number 2, and I consider Biden to be number 1. For numerous reasons that we don't need to talk about of why I feel that way. But I don't think Trump deserves to be on that list just because they had it out for him. And that's basically what it was. They had it out for him. And it had nothing to do with the people in this country, because the people in this country felt he was doing a great job. So I got that off of Facebook, and I thought I'd call in just to absolutely bring it to everybody's attention how ridiculous some of these polls are and how one-sided that poll was.
Yeah.
I knew darn well it wasn't a conservative that had voted for that.
I have no idea what kind of methodology do they use? I mean, what are they using to rank presidents as best or worst?
I don't know the answer to that. A lot of the presidents I did not recognize on the list, but I'm only looking at presidents from Eisenhower up. In my lifetime, those were the presidents that I remember, in my lifetime, from Eisenhower up. And like I said there, I really didn't consider Trump to be the worst president of, number 2 on that list. Now I did not like Trump as a person. Captain Ron and I were talking about this, and Captain Ron said the same thing. Captain Ron said he didn't like him as a person either, but we do like the things that Trump did. So, and that's all there is to it. And of course, Biden, first day in the office, undid a lot of the stuff that Trump had implemented, like opening up the border, number one, and the other thing was shutting down the Keystone Pipeline. That was a mistake. So now we're dealing with high fuel prices thanks to Biden.
Oh, and the list can go on and on and on. You can go, talk about Afghanistan. You can talk about right now what's going on with Ukraine. Our border remains wide open. 2 million have come into this country illegally in the last year. I mean, you could go on and on and on. Yeah, what's the methodology? I think I'm looking, and I mean, there's a poll taken every day. And one poll could have Trump as the second best president ever. Another poll could have, as this one, has him at number 2 as one of the worst presidents of all time. Now, your U.S. News and World Report, consider your source. They rank James Buchanan as the worst president. Donald Trump at number 2, second worst president of all time. They've got Andrew Johnson at 3rd, Franklin Pierce, William Henry Harrison, Warren Harding, John Tyler, got a tie with Millard Fillmore, Herbert Hoover, and so that would technically be the top. Zachary Taylor would be number 10. Hell, they've got Richard Nixon all the way down at 14. Jimmy Carter is, number 20. So if you went to the other, started at the bottom, which would be the best president in U.S. history, they start with George Washington and Abraham Lincoln tied. Franklin Roosevelt would be number 3. Theodore Roosevelt, Thomas Jefferson, Dwight Eisenhower, Harry Truman, Ronald Reagan's actually in the top 10 there. John F. Kennedy. Just consider the source, which is pretty much useless, but I get what you're saying. Gotta love it. It is 844-844-3388. I think Gilligan's got a traffic update. What's happening out there, Gilligan?
Well, I-81 North is closed at the 177-mile marker in Virginia. I was talking to one of the drivers for my company a little while ago. They got a car fire and a tractor and trailer in the median overturned, so it's going to be there a while.
Okay.
They'll probably route this off at the 175, which is a natural bridge exit, back on the exit 180. It's not a bad detour, but it's probably going to be some pretty slow going until they get the mess cleaned up. They had the same detour going just a few weeks ago, right in that same area. I checked the traffic cameras, and right there, just past the exit, all you can see was headlights and taillights. So, it's pretty bad up there. But I don't think the backup getting off the exit's too bad yet.
Okay.
Just be aware they had it set up just a couple weeks ago where they was literally routing everybody off on the exit. But be expected to be slowed up going north on 81 there, about the 170. It'll be about the 175 where they're routing you off at. Yeah, that's one of the natural wonders of the world there, Natural Bridge. When you take a US 11, you literally are driving across Natural Bridge. It's kind of an interesting sight to see if anybody's ever over this way and gets time. Of course, there's no place around there to park a truck to go see it. That's about all I got for now. I'll probably call back in later, Steve. Thank you for taking my call.
Not the best way for somebody to start their Friday. No two ways about it. Well, thank you, Gilligan. Thanks for the update there. And what else we got? Hello to Jimmy Jammer checking in for the first time this week. Me and my 3-year-old have COVID. I mean, everybody is just, every you turn around, somebody you know. I mean, my wife was telling me, I think 5 new friends and family from down there in a home neck of the woods who had come down positive this week. Just everywhere you turn. Steve, hey, Double Diamond checking in east of Columbus, Ohio on I-70, 31 degrees, damp roads, but everybody be safe out there. Hello to Mr. Q checking in. Let's see. Alpine Mike checking in from Caldwell, Idaho, 25 degrees right now. Everybody be safe out there. All right, there's Justin. Good morning, headed to Central Kentucky. Dipsy driver. I feel Matthew and the Rams. Everybody's guessing on this. Who's going to be making it to the Super Bowl? Santa Claus is pulling for those 49ers this weekend. There you go. Let's see, just to remind everybody that Joe Burrow is capable of, in the big game, when he's posted as the underdog. Yeah, he kicked butt. I think he might just do it again. Guarantee he's going to try. I think everybody's said, if the offensive line is anything near as abysmal as they were last weekend, I mean, how they were able to manage to pull that game out of the hat, it's pretty much you've got to say the defense. Yeah, the defense shut Tennessee down, but that offensive line was just horrific. I mean, Burrow cannot be taken down. What was he, sacked 8 or 9 times? I mean, you can only get lucky so many times. One of these times he's going to get injured being taken down like that. Come on, the offensive line has got to step up. Talking about the best and worst presidents. Robert says Jimmy Carter should be number 1 worst. Obama, number 2. Biden, number 3. See, that's, you can ask anybody. Everybody's going to have a differing opinion. All right, let's see. We'll get some of the other listening friends coming up here. But yes, cold weekend on tap. This southward plunge of Arctic air all the way down into Florida. Tumbling to some of the lowest levels there in years. Forecasters are warning both crops and decades-old records could be in jeopardy this weekend. Temperatures in some areas could reach their lowest marks in more than 80 years. Other locations could break their daily record low readings. In some places, the frigid weather may cause, again, the iguanas to fall out of the trees. Freeze watches were issued this past afternoon from southern Georgia and northern Florida, including around the Jacksonville area. While Mother Nature has already handed the state several rounds of frosty air this season, this incoming blast is going to be the coldest yet. Temperatures begin taking that nosedive Friday night across the interior southeast, the core of the cold, reaching Florida by Saturday night. That icy air diving southward behind the nor'easter that's set to take aim at the mid-Atlantic and New England this weekend. So during the day Saturday, it looks like high temperatures forecast to be stuck in the 30s and 40s. Across the southeastern states, Atlanta, for example, forecast just to have a high in the middle 30s. Middle 50s would be more typical this time of year. Now, in Florida, this could spell real trouble for the agriculture sector. Forecasters say there's a serious concern for citrus and berry crops amid the hard freeze forecast to set in Saturday night. And they advise frost and freeze mitigation measures need to be taken ahead of time to minimize or prevent damage and loss. Guess that means sometimes they'll run the sprinklers on occasion to kind of cover them in a layer of ice, which, it kind of defies logic to me, but I've seen the explanation before of how that will actually kind of insulate and protect. Then they'll get those smolder pots trying to generate some heat out there in the groves and whatnot. Central Florida, the central portions of Florida, 15 to 20% of the citrus groves could be below 28 degrees for 2 or 3 hours Saturday night. Of course, the majority of Florida's oranges are in the southern two-thirds of the peninsula, where there's obviously a lower probability for a freeze, but the mercury in the thermometers might not be the only thing failing this weekend. Yeah, of course, the state's cold-blooded iguanas do not handle low temperatures well either. They become pretty much incapacitated when temperatures drop below 40 degrees. So seeing the temperatures fall to their lowest point during the overnight hours, these iguanas will become immobilized while they're sleeping in trees. They very well may fall to the ground in a zombie-like fashion. Once the temperatures rise again in the morning, they'll spring back to life. But not before giving Floridians a bit of a fright. All right, low temperatures are forecast to last longer over the northern part of the state. Areas further south will likely dip below freezing for just a brief period of time. Now, even in places like Orlando, you could set a record low. 31 would be the record set back in 1966. Low temperatures will definitely challenge that reading by Sunday morning in Orlando. Many outlying areas around the city may drop in the middle or upper 20s, as a matter of fact. National Weather Service in Tampa said low temperatures Sunday morning could be the coldest there since 2018. Fort Myers, Florida, expected to be in a position to tie a record low on Sunday morning. That low of 35 set in 1978. Miami could come close to their lowest reading for January 30th, which was actually set in 1940, a low of 36 degrees. All right, get prepared. It's 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, we get to our Dumbass of the Week nominees here on a Friday morning. I've got the list, and we'll get to those as we progress through the late night, early morning hours. I got a couple minutes before we hit top of the hour news update, after which we will get back to your calls. Meanwhile, industry headlines. You talk about a rude awakening. I mean, picture yourself, parked in a secure area, and you're sleeping in the bunk, and a car literally comes crashing through the top of your rig, your tractor. That was the case this past morning in California, Santa Fe Springs. Little before 2 a.m., Whittier police began pursuing a motorist driving a Mazda for running a red light. Now, the Mazda was hitting speeds of 90 miles per hour. Officers ultimately called off the pursuit for safety reasons. However, 10 minutes later, police were called about a crash involving the Mazda and a parked semi-truck. Police say the Mazda driver went through a chain link fence down into a riverbed and then coming up going airborne, kind of like Dukes of Hazzard style, colliding with the roof of the parked truck, with the driver sleeping inside, literally shearing off part of the roof from the vehicle. The Mazda also reportedly struck a building before coming to a stop. The Mazda driver was hurt in the crash, but tried to flee the scene. Police caught up with him about a block from the crash site. Yeah, amazingly, the truck driver was not seriously injured, but probably needed a change of underwear. If and you've got to see the photographs to imagine this car literally ripped the top of this truck off. Talk about a rude awakening. All right, we'll get our news break in here. Crazy, crazy stuff. It's 844-844-3388. A Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
After announcing his retirement, President Biden thanked Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer for his decades of public service.
Person I will nominate will be someone with extraordinary qualifications, character, experience, and integrity. And that person will be the first black woman ever nominated to the United States Supreme Court.
Experts say the frontrunner on the list of potential candidates is Federal Appeals Court Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, who clerked for Justice Breyer.
Without a doubt, being a law clerk for Justice Breyer was one of the most rewarding professional experiences of my life.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says he wants to move quickly to confirm a nominee. They're expected to use the same timeline they used for Amy Coney Barrett's nomination. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot. It's official. Inflation is at its highest level since the 1980s, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. What most people don't know is that it's actually much worse. Inflation may be higher now than the 1980s since the new measurements exclude food and energy. Gas prices up 58%, energy up 33%. What can you do about it? Protect yourself and your family. Only gold, silver, and other hard assets give you true protection. My friends at Tangible Investments guarantee the absolute lowest prices on precious metals. Check them out at TII1.com or call 800-300-8441. Tangible Investments has 40 years of experience and billions, that's with a B, billions in transactions. Call 800-300-8441 if you want help with gold, silver, platinum. They guarantee you the best prices plus excellent service. Call Tangible Investments now, 800-300-8441, or visit TII1.com. They also provide free verbal appraisals.
According to the Labor Department, unemployment claims fell the week ending January 22nd, marking the first drop in a month. Initial jobless claims were 260,000 for that week, which was a decrease of 30,000 from the previous week. A total of 1.7 million people were collecting unemployment compensation the week ending January 15th. As initial jobless claims declined, the Commerce Department reported the total output of all goods and services increased by 5.7% for all of 2021. That's the largest growth for any year since 1984. On Wednesday, the Federal Reserve left its benchmark interest rate near zero, but warned an interest rate increase is coming soon to combat inflation. Economists say jobless claims will continue to be lower as the economic disruptions from the Omicron variant fade. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
The governor of Texas spoke about immigration at the southern border.
Greg Abbott on Thursday spoke at a two-day border summit for 12 state attorneys general to discuss security at the U.S. southern border. Abbott accusing President Biden of being indifferent to the impact illegal immigration has in the United States.
Joe Biden doesn't care about victims of human trafficking. If he cared, he would step up and do something about it. But he does not care about the carnage that he's causing to lives and communities across the entire country.
The Biden administration has focused on the root cause of mass migration, including crime and poverty in countries where illegal immigrants are. The Biden administration has focused on the root causes of mass migration, including crime and poverty in countries where migrants are fleeing from. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Charges have now been filed after a young immigrant was murdered.
A 16-year-old teen and a 27-year-old man have been charged in the weekend murder of 8-year-old Mexico immigrant Melissa Ortega in Chicago as she walked down the street with her mother. The boy, who is believed to be the shooter, was charged with first-degree murder and attempted murder. He will be charged as an adult. Javier Guzman, who was driving, has also been charged with multiple counts. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Back at it. Come on, get on the ball there, Steve. Happy Friday. Good to have you on board. Off and rolling here. And our number 844-844-3388. Wanted to move over to one of the other industry headlines this past day, which was a disagreement with a law enforcement officer who's issuing a ticket to a driver in training for impeding traffic on a winding mountain road. In the video, the officer claims that the driver in training and his trainer were impeding traffic, going too slow down a 6% grade. The truckers arguing that the slow speed was the safe way to go. The three argued about Jake brakes, the length of time the truckers were driving slowly, and even the competence of the trainer. The officer says, I understand this guy's training you. I would recommend you do whatever he says the opposite. Really? Well, the trainer says, really? The driver in training then requests more information on the ticket that the officer wants him to sign. They argue some more over whether or not signing the ticket is an admission of guilt. Whether or not the ticketed driver should be allowed the time to read through the ticket. And the training driver eventually demands the officer's supervisor be called, which they argued quite a bit about that time as well. After some more time arguing, the officer manages to get his sergeant on the phone and calls him to the scene. But that apparently is where the recording ultimately ends. But some of the folks watching, again, it's all caught on the camera. Of course, the officer had his cameras rolling. This is from the perspective, I believe, of the trainer and the trainee recording the entire event. One commenter says, another cop having a power trip. He needs to be fired. Another commenter said, well, the driver and his so-called instructor both should not be driving. Let's see. Another says, never take advice on driving a semi from an overinflated policeman or anyone who doesn't drive. All right, let's see. 15th is 6th gear, and it's an unsafe speed on a 6% grade. You climb that at 25 or higher so you can safely descend at 25 miles per hour. The cop, however, was not professional at all, argued another. Last commenter says, hey, let me teach you something. You can come down a mountain 1,000 times too slowly, but you can only come down a mountain too fast one time. Well, we've seen the carnage of coming down too fast. I believe the officer accused them of doing like 15 miles per hour, and the trainee was like, well, yeah, I'm on a 6% grade. I don't know, I'm going to see if I can we get the audio? Let's take a listen to the exchange.
Open the door.
You can step up.
Open the door.
Are you the supervisor?
I am not going to step up. I'm going to open the door.
No, that's the cop.
You really got
Your
it, man.
signature in the red box.
Where's my license?
It's right there. I'll give it to you in a second.
What's this for?
It's for impeding traffic.
Is it a ticket? Well, we're going down it again, by the way.
I'm sorry?
And I'm on the phone with my company. We're going down it again, by the way.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm curious how, as part of my training, I have to learn. I understand that. It's very unfortunate that your company makes you guys do this. What they're making you do is unsafe.
Really?
Can I finish?
What's unsafe is somebody not getting training to know how to go down a mountain.
I have to know how to go down a mountain without a Jake brake and without a Jake. And you don't have to do that for 20 miles.
I'm not down to 6% grade. We started going down it at 157.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, and we've gone down to 6 miles so far.
I understand this guy's training you. I would recommend that you do whatever he says the opposite.
I need clarification. Really?
No, I need clarification on this before I.
So how is the safe way to go down a mountain in training? Hang on, I'm not done with you. In training,
I am done with you.
In training, how are they supposed to be able to?
I understand that.
Read the whole thing.
You need your signature in the red box. It's for impeding traffic. I don't owe you an explanation, okay? If you want an explanation, you can come to court.
How are you supposed to go down a mountain in snow? Down.
I want an explanation.
Where's my license? Give me my license.
There's a pen at the. Oh no, there's.
Oh, my license is right here.
I would like an explanation. I don't owe you one. I've just given you one. It is not safe to drive down this hill at 15 miles an hour For no reason.
It's not.
You've got traffic backing
It
up
is for a
behind you.
reason.
There is no reason.
Where's your get your supervisor out here?
I'm not.
I have already requested your supervisor. You have to get your supervisor
I don't
out
have
here.
to do
Yes, you do. I am recording you too.
I don't care if you're recording me. I'm recording too. I got all sorts of cameras.
Well, then get
going
your
on.
supervisor. I've already demanded your supervisor.
Oh, you've demanded it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Lord.
I need your signature in the red box.
Supervisor. I'm not impeached. I want your supervisor.
Really? I've been behind you for a mile. I put my camera on. You've got a ton of traffic swerving to go around you. It is not safe.
I'm on a 6% grade.
It is not safe.
I am being
It
safe.
is safe. Okay, really? Because the trainer that I stopped in Stevens Trucking yesterday agreed with me that it's not safe.
It
and
is
he
safe.
wishes that he couldn't
Because
do it.
I haven't had an accident, nor a ticket, or a violation in 7 years. Get your supervisor. Get your supervisor. I've
If
asked
there's
for your
one working.
I will sit here and wait for your
Okay.
supervisor.
I need to.
And I'm still recording you.
Or you're going to jail.
He needs to read it, and he's got time to read it. Okay?
I need
And I'm
the
trying to still
signature
go
in
with
the
my
red
company
box.
about this.
The signature is not an admission of guilt. It's just a promise to take care of it in court. You're not admitting guilt by signing the ticket.
You need to finish reading the whole thing first, and he needs to explain thoroughly why you're getting it. And you want to get your supervisor yet?
No.
Yes, you're still refusing to get your supervisor.
They'll continue
Well, then we're
arguing
not
about a
signing
supervisor, and eventually the officer that's issuing the citation does. He says, well, my supervisor is an hour away. And, long story short, because I don't know how long they continue to banter back and forth and argue there, but they say, all right, well, we've got an hour to burn. Get a supervisor out here. So again, apparently the video ends at that point. Did the officer just kind of sound like he's on a power trip, or maybe help me out? He's on a 6% grade. What's a safe speed to be going down? And he did mention in snowy conditions, in a fully loaded truck. So that was a pretty insane argument, but who's right, who's wrong? Who gets the dumbass nominee? The driver, the trainer, or the officer?
Well, I think it's a combination of all, but all I can tell you is I deal with Pennsylvania, and they have their antiquated signs out on most grades that are 6% or more that say all vehicles 21,000 pounds or more can't do more than 20 miles an hour.
Okay.
Now, here's my take at it. It's all vehicles over 21,000 pounds. So you got a box truck that can have a gross vehicle weight up to 26,000 pounds. So he can be fully loaded on 2 axles. But the time I got my ticket for doing 40 miles an hour in a 45 zone, normally for cars, but it was 20 miles an hour for trucks over 21,000, I was 29,000 pounds empty with 5 axles on the ground. So the problem is it's a one-size-fits-all deal in Pennsylvania. But their grades, they're 20. Most of them are 20 miles an hour. If you're on a 6% or 7% or 8%, they'll be a 20 mile an hour zone. And there's cops that sit at the bottom of all those hills and write you tickets if you're going more than 20 miles an hour. So I don't know what state this was in. I don't know if you have any
I'm not seeing what state it was in, but I mean, I think it was out west somewhere. But I'm. With obviously the snow-covered roadway, they were saying. Now, it sounded, you could hear, it sounded like traffic was going past them as they were on the side of the road there at a pretty decent speed.
Oh, it does. It does. Even in Pennsylvania, it does. Blind corners, solid yellow lines, they all go around. I mean, I've been on grades there, out US 30 through the mountains out there, Bradford, Pennsylvania, and that. They all do. They come right around you, but they don't want to have to wait to follow a truck when they're supposed to be doing 40, 50, and also run 15 and 20 miles an hour over the speed limit when they're on those roads. But I mean, if he was fully loaded on a 6% grade with snow as a brand new driver,
yep,
he was probably doing exactly what he was supposed to be doing.
I said, I don't
have any problem with that.
What he said, I've got to learn how to go down a mountain without the Jake brake. I don't know. Is there something about? Are there states where you're not allowed to rely on the Jake, or?
Jake brake is a mechanical device. may malfunction, may not be there for you. You got to know how to do it without it. We drove all the trucks before we had Jake brakes on all the trucks. We had to run all those mountains. Chevy guy will tell you. And I'm sure Gilligan will too. I don't know if Gilligan drove much in West Virginia there with all the hills and no Jake brakes, but you had to learn how to use your gears, know how to use your gears and not use your brakes and burn your brakes up going down the hill like has been demonstrated in Colorado one time here in the not too recent past. But yeah, so I mean, the officer's got a point where traffic's getting jammed up. Now should maybe the driver have found a wider spot if he could have, or a wider shoulder and pulled over and let traffic go by? I mean, maybe that's an issue too, because I'm sure anybody out there, especially in your area and north of your area, get caught behind farm equipment. How many times do you get out on the highway with farm equipment? You got 2 miles of backup because a farm tractor's going down the road for 15 miles an hour, and he just, not paying no attention to anything but whatever is on his radio or whatever he's doing on his cell phone, and so you got but and I mean, and it's, I hate to say it, but the reason a lot of school buses get passed up is because it used to be the school buses that find a wide spot and let traffic over, or wouldn't rush to try to go from stop to stop to stop. They'd actually give traffic a chance to get by them a little bit. And, it goes with all of it. And even the trash service, there's trash trucks out here that just, the way they drive, God bless Larry and what he tries to do for safety and everything, but there's some of his drivers out here running trash trucks, not his drivers, but drivers out here running trash trucks that they don't do anything to make it so that it'll be safer around them. They create situations. So I understand they're doing their job, but they're also got to realize they're dealing on a public highway with the motoring public who wants to get somewhere.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but as far as this one goes, if that guy was fully loaded, 15 miles an hour on a 6% grade in weather as a trainee, yeah, he was probably right exactly where he needed to be for that. But if it's now, the next question is on a 6% grade, fully loaded, is that the exact spot a trainee should be driving? Maybe the trainer should have been driving that point and said, we'll get you a little more hill experience before there's snow. I don't know. There's a lot of variables in there, but at the end of the day, the trainee probably shouldn't have gotten a ticket for it if they did end up issuing him a citation. So I don't know. So, hey, the good one to ask there, maybe he'll call in, is Pappy. Pappy, what would you do in that situation as an officer?
All right. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. We'll lay it on the law enforcement there, but yeah, Pennsylvania, I don't know. They, as I say, they don't discriminate between loaded and empty, and no matter if you got better braking or how good a braking you have or how many axles you have on the ground, or that there's a lot of variables that can be out there that would identify to that. So. But anyways, I probably just riled up the whole listening audience there, so I'm good at it, I guess. I'm used to it.
You've never done that before. No, you've Happy Friday. Thank you, Horse Feathers. We get 21 past the hour. All right, back in 2 here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I have to double check, see if I can find any sort of update on how the Freedom Convoy is going in Canada. I did just share a link from the official Freedom Convoy 22 webpage video where they were, I guess, about an hour outside of Thunder Bay, day before yesterday. I mean, there's people lining the streets with signs everywhere. Yeah, both sides. I mean, out in the bitter cold, the snow-covered roadways, but they're out there. It looks like there's an awful lot of support for the people, cheering on the truckers and the convoy. And it's not all truck drivers that are participating in the convoy. Justin Trudeau tries to make the point that, 85% of the people have been vaccinated. Well, Justin, I think there's a goodly number that have been vaccinated who may not have otherwise been, were it not for things like mandates and making a choice of losing their damn job if they didn't get it. And I bet you many of those people lining those streets, cheering them on, had been forced to get vaccinated. Just because they took the shot doesn't mean they wanted to or agree with any government telling them they must. You must do it or lose your job, right? All right, to Eagle this Friday morning. What's happening, Eagle?
Okay. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead, Eagle.
Yeah, hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, I got a couple of things I want to talk about. First of all, Steve, I want to talk about race relations, when it concerns this guy, Joe Biden, Steve. I want to get your opinion. I don't know what you think, but listen, okay, as you know, I'm a black man, Steve, okay? Now, Joe Biden has said the Supreme Court, the individual that's retiring, he said that he's going to replace them with a black woman. Now, let me ask you a question, Steve. If you have a job, I'm talking about in this normal society, not the president. If you have a job and you have a job that's opening, and you have people coming in to fill out applications, do you tell everybody? Do you put a sign in front of that door saying, "We got a job, but it's only for women only, and black women at that. The only person that's gonna get this job is somebody black." Now, don't you think that sounds like discrimination to me? What about white women? White women are not qualified to work on the Supreme Court?
Absolutely. I mean, there's already several white women there, but I mean, that would undoubtedly be considered discriminatory for any employer out there to try to say, white people or Hispanic people need not apply. You can't do that when you're hiring someone.
Okay, well, why is Joe Biden allowed to get away with this? Well, he came out today in his press conference and said that the job is open, but only if you're not a black female, you need not apply. Is basically what he's telling everybody else. You're not even in consideration. Now, that sounds like discrimination to me. And why this guy, like I said, he's gotten away with everything he's gotten with for the past year in the White House, so I don't see why it would change now. But it just makes no sense, because I guarantee you, Steve, if Donald Trump, if he was in the White House, and, you know, they already claiming the guy was a racist. What if Donald Trump would have said that, Supreme Court opened up with him? He said only white men apply for this. No black man is considered a Hispanic and nobody else. Only a white man is going to get this job. Now, they would be raising all kind of hell about Donald Trump being a racist.
Yes, they would.
You know that. And the reason why I'm saying this, Steve, is because I listened to his son, Donald Trump Jr., today on the radio. He was on a radio show, you know, promoting his father, who's going to be in Houston, Texas on Saturday night. And he said the same thing. What Joe Biden is doing with the Supreme Court is racism. It's discrimination, Steve. As far as I'm concerned, you know, and why he's allowed to get away with it, it makes absolutely no. This just makes no sense why they allow him to get away with that, because there's too many other people qualified to go on the Supreme Court. It shouldn't matter what your skin color is. It's simple as that. We live in, and you know, it all goes back to people. You know, Joe Biden, he has a lot of people don't seem to realize Joe Biden and him and the people that are close, they always try to consider other people racist. But Joe Biden has a history of being racist. And if people check out his history back in Delaware, they might be surprised at what they find out about Mr. Joe Biden. So, you know, so people better think about that when it comes to that. Now, let me get focused back onto this situation, Steve, with the immigrants down here in Texas. Okay, now they don't call Joe Biden red-handed this time, Steve. They don't call him red-handed. You talked about it with the undercover television cameras down in Brownsville, where they saw these individuals putting people in taxi cabs and taking them to the airport and giving them plane tickets and flying them to destinations around the United States. This is he, but they won't do anything to him about this either. He'll get away with this. Well, like I say, he can basically do what he want to do at this point, Steve. But what he's doing is totally wrong. With bringing these people into the country like this, Steve. Just in Houston, Texas, where I'm gonna be at on Saturday night, there was a guy, one of the police officers that got killed this past week. Guess what? The guy who shot this and killed this man, he was an illegal from this country, from El Salvador. Wasn't even supposed to be in this country, Steve. And now this police officer is dead because the man, he wasn't shot by a U.S. citizen. He was shot by a man that shouldn't have been in the country to begin with. Now, what kind of sense is that? That's a total joke right there, Steve, for somebody that shouldn't be here to be killing people. But that's what's going to happen in America right now with bringing these people in like this. And just like I told you last night, Steve, I'm going to say this one more time, because I already know you're a smart man. You already know. But Joe Biden is constantly on the TV, and people that work for him telling people to get vaccinated. That's the only way we're going to wipe out this virus. But in the meantime, he's steady bringing people in the cover of the night, bringing them in from all countries all over the place to South America with no vaccine. None of these people being injected before they get on them planes and flying to these different destinations. They're not vaccinating those people. So you're never going to get rid of the virus when you're vaccinating people, and then you turn around and bring in an unvaccinated man. So all those people out there support Joe Biden, and you say you want to get rid of the vaccine, you might want to tell Joe Biden to think about vaccinating those illegals that he's bringing into the country. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
I believe it was on the Wednesday morning program, and it was fourth or one of the final hour or two. I asked the question. I just posed a hypothetical. Do you feel, as an American citizen, that you've been betrayed was the word. Have you been betrayed by your own government? That discussion was really along the lines of, we're so concerned about the border with Russia and Ukraine, but we're apparently not worried one iota about more than 2 million people who have just waltzed into this country via our own southern border in the past year. 2 million. If that's not an invasion, I don't know what is. I asked that question, and Apparently, I'm not the only one thinking along those lines. We'll give you the rest of the scoop on that right after this news break, though. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The White House says President Biden has spoken with Ukrainian President Zelensky once again. He said Washington is ready to respond if Russia invades. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said the White House backs efforts from European allies to try to diffuse tensions.
We fully support international efforts, including the Normandy format, which is what you're referring to de-escalate the situation and negotiate a diplomatic resolution to the Russian-led conflict in eastern Ukraine.
Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer has officially announced that he will retire at the end of his term later this year. He made the announcement with President Biden at the White House.
Mr. Breyer, on behalf of all the American people, I want to thank you and your family for your tremendous service to our nation.
This is USA Radio News.
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, you may qualify for a free continuous glucose monitor system. Managing your diabetes is crucial to your health. The new CGM systems can automatically manage your diabetes better for you. And by using a CGM system, you can eliminate forever one thing most people with diabetes hate the most: finger sticks. Now it's possible to manage your diabetes better, end the painful finger sticks, and get a new CGM monitoring system at little or no cost to you. We even provide in-home delivery and do all the insurance paperwork for you. Now is the best time to manage your diabetes better and get your continuous glucose monitor. Call now for details. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. That's 800-396-0150.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home.
Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Here we are on a Friday, TGIF. Weekend coming on. Are you with me?
Buddy, I got to tell you that Moose, he just, man, when I heard that, Steve, it just blew my mind.
You liked that, didn't you? Well, you got a personal shout out in there, though. Hey, Big Ed, are you with me?
Yeah, I'm telling you, I just, man, Moose humbles me, man. I just love that guy. He's just an all-around super individual, and it just blew me away when I heard it. I thought, oh, that's me, that's my thing.
That's
you with me?
That's it.
But Steve, I didn't feel right. This is my last night. Well, I'll deliver in the morning, then I'll take his trailer back, then I'll bobtail home Saturday and unload my stuff, and then sit around Sunday and watch Cincinnati. Kansas City win Sunday, and then get this truck down to Texas Monday, and I'll be done.
Okay, go ahead.
I didn't feel right without calling you.
On that final run,
a lot of years.
Is it a bit? I don't know. Is it a bittersweet kind of thing being on your final run there?
It is. My mind is, especially the whole week. My mind just been all over the place from the time I started out there on the road, and you was a producer for your dad, and all the people I've met, and the camaraderie that of friends like Monkey Gouger and the Moose, and then a lot of the friends that we've lost over the years, and yeah, it's all been going through my mind, everything, and it just Doc and how we all used to cut up on the old show. And I was even thinking about that, how I used to call in and stir the pot. And now that it's, the last thing I'd want to do is be calling there and say something that would get you kicked off the air as far as, the YouTube thing. And it's changed. It is changed. And really, that's a lot of times when I call in, I try to, a lot of times, Steve, when I would call in, and I know how to push buttons, and I can push your button, and it was, I wanted to, as a listener, I wanted to hear some in-depth conversation, like Eagle, his call. It was a good call. And I'm like Eagle. If I'm a black female, and I was nominated for that, I don't know that I'd want it, because he's already put a stigma on the position. Because and I know there's qualified black females out there.
Sure, absolutely.
But President Biden,
And I don't know if he's pandering to the history books, that he's going to be the first president that ever nominated a black female for the Supreme Court, or what it is he was seeking by doing this.
Well, I mean, I think it goes back when he was on the campaign trail. They pulled out the audio where he made that promise, apparently. If he gets the opportunity, he promised, of course, looking to pander to that left-wing fringe to get their votes. He promised he would nominate a black female to the Supreme Court. So I guess they're saying, hey, you made the promise. You've got to live up to your promise.
But it's the way, it's like calling into this show, okay? It's the way you talk about your subject. I've said that a million times. Talk about the subject. When drivers would call in and get mad at a certain driver and they'd go to the name calling. Think about what I'm saying here. And why didn't you President Biden, why didn't you say, I'm going to elect somebody, and then when you trot them out there, I mean, don't you think the American people are smart enough to look at the TV screens? Oh, well, she's black. I don't need you advertising ahead of time that that's what you're going to do. What do you think about it?
Right. Yep.
Don't you think that's silly?
But again, it's pandering for votes. That's by making that promise, he's, I guess, essentially trying to pander to the black community to get their vote.
But he's emphasizing she's black.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. He's emphasizing that she's black. I don't give a rat's ass if she's black. Hell, if you want to put a Chinese in there, put them in there. But you don't have to emphasize it. But, that's just, to me, it's just, he's ruined that. All I know is if I was a black female, I'd say, hey, don't pick me, because you just took all the hard work that I've done, and you cheapened it. You turned it into a cheap position, in my opinion. And so I'm right there with the Eagle. But what's even really crazier is he's going to let Vice President Harris do the vetting of it, the way I understand it. Hear that?
I hadn't caught that, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I caught it today. It was on the news folks were talking about it, and so it. When I heard that, I thought, well, dang, she is a former DA and worked in the Justice Department, I guess, in California. So, but it's just, I don't know. To me, he cheapened the position by doing what he did. So, but anyway, it's so hard anymore, like I say, to really comment on things like the shots and because who you're going to make mad at.
Wow.
And then get you in trouble when all you are is just trying to get people to engage in conversation. I'm sure.
Heaven forbid you say something the fact checkers don't like, Ed.
Oh, yeah. Get thrown in Facebook jail, And so, Steve, but really, I got to tell you, all the years, you kept me awake, and you're just, you personally have been a blessing to me, and I can't thank you enough. And all the people that I've met out here, I can't express enough how much I love and care for them. Some of them I've never met, some of them I talk to on the phone, and you get to feeling like you know them real good. And then I was here listening to yesterday's show. Are they for sure going to have that truck show?
Everything is on the go right now. I've heard no suggestions of any kind that they may cancel or postpone.
Because I'm going to, when I shut down, I was going to go out Pacific Northwest for a couple of 3 weeks. Everybody said, well, why are you going out there? Well, hell, because I want to, I want to get my pickup and go.
Yeah.
It's wintertime out there. Well, okay, so there's snow on the mountain. Better than going out there and watching it burn up during the summertime. But I was thinking I want to try to make it over to the truck show. So, Moose and Monkey Gadget and Hillbilly Texas, you know, we talk like a bunch of females on the phone, and they more or less demanded that I needed to be there. So, anyway, I was just wondering, do you know, are they going to give us an affirmative, yes, this is going to happen? Are they going to?
The registration is open. We're already we're set. We've got our booth numbers for Hot Shot Secret and the overnight drive booth. Yeah, I mean, people are making reservations at the Monkey Gouger tried to make a hotel reservation the other day, and he was pretty PO'd about the rates they were wanting to charge. That was a different topic alone. But I said, yeah, they always jack the rates up to the highest price when you. He said, well, I mean, this is the truck drivers. We've kept them going for the past 2 years in a pandemic. You'd think they wouldn't want to rape us. Yep.
It don't matter, you know. They're it's all about the money, you know. You're a captured audience, and they want that money. So I'm thinking about buying me a small camper. No, so if I do come, I'll need to drag me a camper over. I know Moose got him a big old $100 damn bus.
Yeah, he does, yes.
You know, he well, you can stay in my bus. Well, I don't live high on the hog like old Moose. Anyway, I'll just bunk out with you, Steve. You won't care, would you?
That's fine. Come on, Ed.
Steve, I love you, and I just want to tell you, I will stay in touch. I promise, and I will. Be listening. I'm a faithful listener. Just because I ain't driving don't mean I ain't gonna be a listener.
Got to keep tuning in, and you got to push a button from time to time to piss somebody off, right?
You're right. There you go, my friend. Are you with me?
Are you with me? All right. Enjoy that final run, Ed, and I hope you're happy with retirement. Get out there and see some of the world. That he explained that I still have my relatively good health. I mean, we're all getting older, but, get a chance to actually get out there. I mean, you don't get to see, but, the sights from the side of the interstate, it's not like you're out there actually getting to take in the beauty of the country, and that's what he wants to do. But right there, we'll get a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we'll get back to the calls here in just a moment. Let me get to the rest of it. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, I asked the question a couple of nights ago. Do you feel as though you've been betrayed by your own government? Share this little piece with you, which says there are two types of Americans today. There are those who are angry with the Biden-Harris regime for dropping off illegals at small airports all over the country. And there are those who aren't angry about it because they think it'll establish permanent Democrat rule. Either way, we're all aware that it's happening, even if most of us choose to ignore the problem. The regime, the administration, has acknowledged. They've admitted a record-shattering 2 million illegal aliens entered this country in Biden's first year in the Oval Office. Some have estimated the real numbers closer to 6 million. The reason this is happening is because of the open borders agenda that our government has embraced. Too many Democrats love the plan, and too few Republicans care enough to do anything about it. Even some of the contractors responsible for these secret, late-night drop-offs at small airports around the country realize this is a betrayal of the American people. In an exclusive video obtained by Tucker Carlson, contractors and law enforcement in Westchester, New York, discussed the situation and why it's all being kept on the down low. I get the whole secrecy and all this crap, but this is even above my effing pay grade. You know what I mean? Our government contractor admitted, like, shish kebab, what the F, you know what I mean? He says. With a situation like this, it often requires some colorful language to make the point, and it's not just conservatives who are angered by this. Independents and even centrist Democrats did not expect the border crisis to get so bad that the regime would feel it's necessary to dilute the problem by spreading it all over the country. But as Carlson noted, this is illegal, which is why the regime is doing it under the cover of night at small airports and small cities where the attention can be minimized. And why? The law enforcement officer filming the video asks. You know why, the contractor replies. Look who's in office. That's why. Come on. When Donald Trump was president, illegal border crossings dropped to new lows. Migrant caravans diminished to a trickle after the 2018 election, as President Trump's policies removed the incentives for people to make that dangerous trek to our southern border. Well, with Biden installed into the White House, the borders were instantly opened, signs were figuratively hung to tell the world we are wide open. We will not do anything to stop you if you want to steal our sovereignty. No, but what's the big secret? Everybody knows it's happening. The law enforcement officer asks, you know why, the contractor says? Because if this gets out, the government is betraying the American people. That's it. It's a stunning demonstration of how little the Biden-Harris regime rewards Americans. Their own voters are just useful idiots helping to bring forth their own demise. Meanwhile, America First patriots look to a Republican Party under the feckless leadership of people like Mitch McConnell and Kevin McCarthy and wonder what's going to change if they're given more power in November. Kind of like Craig alluded to that the other night. He said, come on, They've had their opportunity. Again, to that I mentioned things were a lot different under Donald Trump. But I mean, if given that control once again, come November, do you have confidence that they really will stop the influx, stop the flow this time around? I guess we could rightfully so have our own questions. What's going on, Pappy? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Steve. What is the word? Well, let's stop with the cop on the semi stopping him coming down the snow-filled mountain there, Steve.
Yeah.
Come on. What an idiot. That's all I can say, Steve. I mean, come on, man. Here you got a man that's in training, right? That's like if you got one of the schools out here that teaches these teenagers, that don't have their driver's license yet. They only got their temporary license. They're out here trying to get their hours in, right, for the driving school. And the cop would stop that car and give a kid a ticket. Man, are you kidding me? Listen, in a snowstorm, correct me if I'm wrong, but in a snow, I don't know if it was a snowstorm, but there's snow on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Every driver has their own comfort zone on how fast they feel they should be driving. How many times you've been on the highway when there's snowing or snowing a little bit, and then you got some dude, going 30 miles an hour, and you're like, what the hell is he doing, slowpoke, Diesel Pete? So you pass him going 50, right? And then you got some dude that passes you going 70, and you're like, what an idiot. I hope he wrecks when he gets down the road. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
That's what happened with this cop, I think, He I don't know. No way in hell I would have gave that man a ticket. Real quick to the Supreme Court. Man, Steve, if Trump would have came out right before he announced that he was going to try to get Kavanaugh announced, right? He would have came out and said, I'm only going to nominate a white man. What do you think the media would have done, Steve?
Good Lord. Good. Right. Exactly. That was exactly what Eagle was trying to point out. Yeah, that's correct.
Oh, my God. It just proves that I think we got our first bona fide woke president. That's all that's saying, Steve. You nailed it on the head with that. He's just catering to the woke people that's really running the White House in there, Steve. That's all. Listen, Ukraine, real quick, and I'll get off of here, Steve. I said this, about a month ago, that, we were kind of neutral in Ukraine, and so was Russia for many decades. I know they had their little skirmishes over there. But I said this a couple months ago, that if it sounds like we're trying to strong arm Ukraine and joining NATO,
Mm-hmm.
and Putin is he's not going to have that. I'm telling you right now, if Ukraine comes out tomorrow and says we're joining NATO, Putin is not going to have it. He's going to go in.
Yep.
And if he goes in, it might be all in. Is not no little skirmish here, man. I'm telling you, it might be like the shock and awe Desert Storm. He might just totally go all in and take it. And Steve, here's my theory on it. During the Obama administration, prior to that, we kind of weren't involved too much in Ukraine. When Obama became president, they seen the dollar signs going off, Steve, and they got in there and tried to make money, with the whole Hunter Biden deal, the corruption, that's in D.C., George Soros' investments in that country, Steve, in the energy field in that country, spent a lot of money. they don't want Putin going in, because if he does, it's going to affect all their investments, all the money laundering and all the, George Soros might stand to lose a lot of money. So I think that's why Biden's pumping the war drum to try to convince the United States citizen that we must go into Ukraine. We must protect Ukraine. I'm not all on board here yet, Steve. I don't know, man. I don't know. These are some tough. We have no idea what's going on behind doors. But that's my take on thing. And Vic mentioned it the other night at the last hour. I think it all has to come down to money here, what they're trying to do over there. And if we would have just, Ukraine could probably put a squash to this right now if the president of Ukraine just came out and said, listen, Putin, send him a message. We're not going into NATO. It's not going to happen. Stop worrying about it. I'm not going to let it happen. I think would squash this whole thing. I mean, if we had troops coming to our border, from another nation, we talk about the border though, right?
Yep.
But piling up arms, and maybe I don't know, trying to join like the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, where they're not a member, but then now it's kind of like, Putin feels like he's getting surrounded and the West is closing in on him. You got to look at this at both sides, and he feels like we're intruding in on his space. So if that makes sense, but hey, that's all I got, man.
All right.
Just telling you, no way I would have gave that. No way I would have gave that dude a ticket. No way. No,
I didn't think so. Yes, sir. All right. News update here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
After announcing his retirement, President Biden thanked Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer for his decades of public service.
Person I will nominate will be someone with extraordinary qualifications, character, experience, and integrity. And that person will be the first black woman ever nominated to the United States Supreme Court.
Experts say the frontrunner on the list of potential candidates is Federal Appeals Court Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, who clerked for Justice Breyer.
Without a doubt, being a law clerk for Justice Breyer was one of the most rewarding professional experiences of my life.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says he wants to move quickly to confirm a nominee. They're expected to use the same timeline they used for Amy Coney Barrett's nomination. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot. It's official. Inflation is at its highest level since the 1980s, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. What most people don't know is that it's actually much worse. Inflation may be higher now than the 1980s since the new measurements exclude food and energy. Gas prices up 58%, energy up 33%. What can you do about it? Protect yourself and your family. Only gold, silver, and other hard assets give you true protection. My friends at Tangible Investments guarantee the absolute lowest prices on precious metals. Check them out at TII1.com or call 800-300-8441. Tangible Investments has 40 years of experience and billions, that's with a B, billions in transactions. Call 800-300-8441 if you want help with gold, silver, platinum. They guarantee you the best prices plus excellent service. Call Tangible Investments now, 800-300-8441 or visit TII1.com. They also provide free verbal appraisals.
According to the Labor Department, unemployment claims fell the week ending January 22nd, marking the first drop in a month. Initial jobless claims were 260,000 for that week, which was a decrease of 30,000 from the previous week. A total of 1.7 million people were collecting unemployment compensation the week ending January 15th. As initial jobless claims declined, the Commerce Department reported the total output of all goods and services increased by 5.7% for all of 2021. That's the largest growth for any year since 1984. On Wednesday, the Federal Reserve left its benchmark interest rate near zero, but warned an interest rate increase is coming soon to combat inflation. Economists say jobless claims will continue to be lower as the economic disruptions from the Omicron variant fade. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
The governor of Texas spoke about immigration at the southern border.
Greg Abbott on Thursday spoke at a two-day border summit for 12 state attorneys general to discuss security at the U.S. southern border. Abbott accusing President Biden of being indifferent to the impact illegal immigration has in the United States.
Joe Biden doesn't care about victims of human trafficking. If he cared, he would step up and do something about it. But he does not care about the carnage that he's causing to lives and communities across the entire country.
The Biden administration has focused on the root cause of mass migration, including crime and poverty in countries where illegal immigrants are. The Biden administration has focused on the root causes of mass migration, including crime and poverty in countries where migrants are fleeing from. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Charges have now been filed after a young immigrant was murdered.
A 16-year-old teen and a 27-year-old man have been charged in the weekend murder of 8-year-old Mexico immigrant Melissa Ortega in Chicago as she walked down the street with her mother. The boy, who is believed to be the shooter, was charged with first-degree murder and attempted murder. He will be charged as an adult. Javier Guzman, who was driving, has also been charged with multiple counts. From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, another hour underway on a Friday. Good to have you on board. And back to the phones we go. Hello, Chevy guy.
Well, good morning. I'm going to probably cross some codes, you know, but hey, it's me. I got to be me, all right? Of course, you know, thank you, horse feathers. Yeah, we run through the mountains. I was impressed that Trainer was teaching him how to come off the mountain without an engine brake. It will save your life. I was talking to my sister. She's going across the mountain, Jericho Mountain in a blizzard. She called me freaking out, and she couldn't, you know, lines on the highway. It was snow covered. You couldn't see nothing. But I could hear that engine brake, you know, growling in the background. I said, "Huh, the engine brake and the cruise control are a fair weather tool." Now, I know Knuckle Buster there, he'll argue with me on that. That's neither here nor there. I can only tell you how I was trained and was told how to do it. And you just don't run that engine brake, so you have to know how to come off these mountains without that low speed. Everything sounded all right. But after that, I believe that trainer should be a member of the dumbass of the week, because rule number 1, that officer said, "Open your door, sir."
Mm-hmm.
They did not. They told that officer, "You climb up."
Yeah, you step up. You step up on the rail. Yeah.
These trucks are not designed for that. They're not designed for you hanging off the side of the freaking door, or the dang gum door. And a lot of drivers get hurt hanging off the doggone door trying to clean their mirror. And no, listen, when the blue lights come on behind you, or it comes down to you are arrested, you obey what the officer says. You don't fight him on the side of the road. If you've got a problem, you got a camera, he's got a camera, you don't just take it to court. Now, granted, the officer probably be good to have, it would be a great idea for any companies that's in that area to train these officers, let them know what it's like to come off the hill. If not driving, ride along. But bottom line, that officer, when them blue lights comes on, owns that truck. The state owns that truck. If anything happens to that truck or those drivers, it's on that officer. And the only money there is the state is the one backing up that officer. So, boom, that's as soon as I heard, all the rest is, I'm impressed at what the trainer's doing, because my sister called her trainer at her driving school, and oh yeah, I forgot, I didn't mention to tell you that. Of course, they, a couple of weeks in the summer. So I'm impressed that they're doing that. And they, like I said, you don't have an officer hanging off the side of your truck. Who knows? Is it icy steps or whatever? He slips off, he lands on his back on traffic trying to go by the scene. So, no, it comes down to this. We've said it time and time again. Comply, don't die. Comply. Matter of fact, I believe the minute that driver said, "No, I'm not opening my door, you climb up," he probably went from a warning to that ticket of impeding traffic. Because if you're going to stand on the side of the road and sort of measure your manhood, that officer has the power of the state. So, he's got the tools. He can find something to give you for stopping there. It just might have been just a simple warning, but we'll leave it at that. And thank you, Horse Feathers, about us mountain drivers, but it don't include Gilligan now, because I'm pretty sure when Gilligan come off them mountains in West Virginia, he just rode it in neutral and got on the CB and said, "Look out below." How about it?
Yeah.
Now, other than that, we're going. Oh, one other thing, I've been passing information to you about them Canadians. They've been putting out videos, and I love one that they were 1 kilometer outside a town called Brandon, and there was signs up there in Canada that said, "Let's go," and there was a sign for Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon.
But they're out there in below zero weather and handing food and drinks to these drivers.
Yep.
And I love it because they're all right. I'm all right. I also got on the Facebook news feed and listened to a local news reporter, and they were talking to one of the state, transportation commission, some woman, and they were talking, "Oh, it's just like 5 misfits, it's no big deal, and it's all these unvaccinated." And truth of the matter is, in the convoy, these drivers say most of us are vaccinated. It ain't nothing to do with the vaccination. It's the fact that the state's telling us what to do.
There you go.
So
that's what I was alluding to. All those people standing on the side of the road, I guarantee many of them are vaccinated. It's the whole overreach of trying to force people to do something with their bodies they otherwise want the freedom to choose.
Yes. And Jolly Green's call, it ties in. It's the media up there is covering up the truth, but apparently it's getting out because of all those people in those towns So all they're doing is proving that that their government is not listening to them. And I hope that recognition starts down here in the States. And really would enjoy to hear Terry give his opinion on it. And I tried to put comments on those drivers and try to get them. I gave your information and everything. Hopefully they'll call in, or they're listening and they'll call in and pass on some more information of what they're going through up there. So, but it sounds like they're superheroes. And you know what? There's some trucking companies that are allowing their drivers to participate in this, because it did look like owner-operators. Some of them look like company trucks, So, other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail, and what a wonderful show today. Oh,
thank you, Savvy Guy. Thank you very much. All right, how about here's a report from, I believe, I think it's the Toronto Star. That matters not. The Canadian news source, we'll say. Natasha Finlayson has never seen anything like it in Dryden, the picturesque Northern Ontario community where she's lived her entire life. She said it took 2 hours to roll through. She's a staffer at the Patricia Inn family restaurant there, locally known as the PI, famous for their Reuben sandwiches and fresh burgers. She said it was something to see, truck after truck after truck, all part of the Freedom Convoy as they make their way east toward Ontario. And yes, she said many people had lined the streets to support them. One man in the convoy said, "This is so large, people are going to be shocked." You can see trucks and supporting vehicles as far as the eye can see in either direction. I don't know if it's 70 kilometers long, but it's long. This should eclipse the Guinness World Record for a convoy. Now, easily, he said, and this is just one of the convoys, they're actually coming from the east, and some are coming from the United States and from all over Ontario, too. Hotels in Ottawa say they're running out of rooms as the capital braces for the huge onslaught of demonstrators. Time will tell what actually does happen, but after talking to people en route, this could be massive. It's already getting a great deal of attention. Popular U.S. podcaster Joe Rogan mentioned it on his latest show. NHL legend and proud Canadian Theo Fleury appeared on Fox News, and even Donald Trump Jr. has gone to social media about it. In Canada, much of the coverage has been focused on potential racist participants or the fear of a January 6th style insurrection. Federal Transport Minister Omar Alhambra told the Canadian press of worrying about the small number of right-wing, far-right vocal opposition that is polluting the political discourse this winter. Something we all need to be aware of, and we need to call out, he says. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has called the unvaccinated racists and misogynists, despite coming under fire in the past for his treatment of women in his own cabinet and a younger man appearing in blackface. Wednesday, Trudeau called the convoy participants a small fringe minority of people on their way to Ottawa, holding unacceptable views that they're expressing. They do not represent the views of Canadians, he says. But the tens of thousands supporting this pilgrimage seem to be unfazed by this, you'd have to call it a predictable pushback from the leftist there, a.k.a. Justin Trudeau. maybe he has no idea how big it's actually going to be. And I hope they do surprise the hell out of him. Yeah, I get a quick 2-minute timeout here. We'll get back to your calls right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, let me see here. Brain Dead was holding on earlier. He sent me an email. I held on as long as I could. When I got back to the yard, I have to be off the phone while roaming around. What I originally called about was going to be the 18 to 20-year-old drivers, the pilot program, but then I changed that when you started playing that exchange between the driver and the officer, the trainee and whatnot. For starters, I learned early on you don't hold court on the side of the road like these guys were trying to do. Yeah, and the officer was right. If you sign the ticket, you're not admitting to any guilt. However, the driver's attitude isn't going to help much when it goes to court, as the judge is going to probably side with the officer. This happens down here more often than not. Anyway, have a great weekend. I'll try to call in next week. Thank you very much, Brain Dead. All right, and with that, hey, we had our Dumbass of the Week nominees. Let's get to number 1 here. I think we actually touched on this story. It was an unfolding here a few days ago out of Maryland there. But the snake expert from North Carolina that removed 124 snakes in total from the home where David Riston was found deceased. The inventory included highly venomous snakes, black mambas, cobras, rattlesnakes. The county spokesperson said that they needed outside assistance. We don't have the type of expertise in our own animal shelter, so that's why we had to contact people who would know how to help us remove these animals. Now, how Riston died is still under investigation, but multiple sources say there was evidence of a snake bite. Okay. Channel 7 News has learned Riston had a state-issued permit to own some of his snakes, but not the venomous ones. On that count, Maryland law is clear. A person may not possess a long list of wild animals, which includes poisonous snakes. It is illegal because they can kill you. So those laws are in place to keep people safe. According to the curator of the reptile house at the National Zoo, now, I've said too often, home collectors lack the space and don't follow the procedures required to safely handle venomous snakes, as they do at the zoo, where their collection includes rattlesnakes and cobras. We don't work the venomous snakes just with our hands. We use tools, things like tongs and hooks. A snake bite, a venomous snake bite, can be incredibly painful and incredibly dangerous. All those snakes taken from the home are now at out of the area, at organizations with the proper permits. And the exact locations are being kept confidential. So I guess Animal Control said they've had a number of people trying to call to see if the snakes are available for adoption. Okay, you have at it. You go ahead and. But I said at the time when I saw black mambas. Yeah, we used to have a caller that went by that handle, the black mamba. Remember, he's one of the most deadliest venomous snakes in the world. All right, back to the calls here. Who we got on the line there? Somebody, it says safety is what I see on the screen.
Eskimo Mom.
Eskimo Mom. Well,
I was playing in the snow here earlier, and I really wanted to comment on that audio clip that you were playing with the driver
yes.
and with the officer. I know that if it was in states like Idaho, I remember reading that in some of the states like that, if you're on some of the 2 lanes or even some of the 4 lanes, if you start stacking and racking people behind you, you are supposed after I think 4 or 5 vehicles, and you're not going to be going that fast. You are supposed to find a safe spot and pull over and let the traffic go by you, so that they can get down the highway and you're not impeding traffic. And you keep repeating that, and if you have to repeat that pattern, keep repeating that pattern till you're either to the interstate or you're to a larger or to a more populated area. But and also too, the Jolly Green was talking about the about presidential rankings. In my never be humble opinion, as I have a minor in history, to rank any president, you want to wait till they've been out of office for a while, so that way that you can figure out and you can figure out how their policies have played out over time.
Yeah.
Because right now, Trump's policies are only starting to play out. Obama's really been playing out. So Trump's starting to play out. Biden, it's too soon to call, but there's a lot of us we think Biden's bit off more than what he can chew, and he's just I have a sneaking suspicion that at this point he's going to be a one-term president, or at least that's what I'm hoping. So that's all my baloney for today.
Thank you very much, Eskimo Mom. You could only hope, right? Yeah, couldn't be any other way, could it? Stranger things have happened, though. Well, just think, what was one of the first things Joe Biden did when he was sworn in? I mean, immediately he took to the pen and the executive orders and began reversing as many of the Trump policies as he possibly could, and has continued to do so throughout that first full year as president. Quickly got an email from Scooter. He said, Steve, the organizer of that Canadian convoy was actually on Tucker Carlson's program Thursday night. If you could find the video, he had some interesting things to say. And by the way, Justin Trudeau just went into a 5-day isolation period due to a, quote, COVID exposure incident. How about that? Just enough days to avoid the convoy and the drivers this weekend. So Justin Trudeau is down in the secret bunker. He's hiding this weekend. Ha! All right, news break time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
After announcing his retirement, President Biden thanked Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer for his decades of public service.
Person I will nominate will be someone with extraordinary qualifications, character, experience, and integrity. And that person will be the first black woman ever nominated to the United States Supreme Court.
Experts say the frontrunner on the list of potential candidates is Federal Appeals Court Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, who clerked for Justice Breyer.
Without a doubt, being a law clerk for Justice Breyer was one of the most rewarding professional experiences of my life.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says he wants to move quickly to confirm a nominee. They're expected to use the same timeline they used for Amy Coney Barrett's nomination. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Mike Lindell, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow, wants to give back to listeners. You can get great discounts on all MyPillow products if you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Deep discounts on all MyPillow products, like the buy one, get one free special on Giza Dream Sheets. All MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Call 1-800-951-8175 or go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Use my promo code USA.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive. You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Sure is, and we're on a Friday morning, making our way into the 28th day of January. And, of course, talking about the big chill coming in this weekend. Last night, Scarecrow had called in, talked a little bit about the coldest it's ever been there in Wisconsin. Yeah, like 55 below zero. A couple of days ago, there was, I guess, a report about there was some remote area there in Russia that had dropped to like 88.6 below zero Fahrenheit. And he says, since then, many questions. People are wondering about the coldest temperatures ever recorded here in the United States. Well, Wisconsin, the coldest temperature on record there, minus 55 degrees. February 2nd of 1996, and again, 2 days later, in Sawyer County village of Codray. Now, when it comes to the coldest temperature ever recorded in the United States, as expected, Alaska takes that crown. The mercury plummeted to 80 below zero in January of 1971. Prospect Creek in central Alaska, north of Fairbanks. Now, for the lower 48, the coldest temperature recorded was 70 below zero at Rogers Pass, Montana, January 1954. Now, in the deep south, it's been much colder than one might actually think. Florida even dropped to -2 in February of 1899 in Tallahassee. Now, the only state to have not seen a sub-zero temperature, not surprisingly, is Hawaii. But it's been cold with a record low of 12 degrees there. That was May of 1970 at the top of the Mauna Kea Observatory there. That's an elevation like 13,796 feet. But, yeah, I got the map. And yeah, a lot of states have seen 50 below temperatures over the years. -70 in Montana. There you go. For the lower 48, they take the crown. Meanwhile, Big Sexy's on the line this Friday. What do you say, Big Sexy?
Not much. I know you're looking forward to the weekend, aren't you? I got another day before I can have my weekend, but one thing I wanted to do was say to Big Ed, if he's still listening, I know it's the last run. Congratulations on that retirement. I know he's probably ready for it.
I think he'd been thinking about it off and on for several years, and I don't know. He said I had a sense that one of these days I'd just wake up and say, yeah, it's time to hang up the keys. And I guess that's what he did here a few weeks ago.
And on the deal with the audio that you played, I kind of agree with Pappy. That driver shouldn't have got a ticket. But then on the other hand, like some of them said, you don't argue with the cops on the side of the road. I mean, you take it to court.
Yeah, I mean, as far as possibly having gotten a warning, if you go back, the Chevy guy was kind of alluding to that. Now, the officer had already been to the truck and got the license and whatnot from the trainee that was behind the wheel, so he had already gone back to his cruiser, and he was presenting the actual citation. He had their ticket. Now, that's... So I don't know if they didn't want to open the door the first time he came, but you didn't get the conversation from the very beginning, just when he returned to the truck to give him the citation. But he already had plans on giving him the ticket regardless.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to change their minds. They got their mind made up. It sounded like to me that officer was on a authority trip, kind of. But and one thing that you're not... The speed limit is speed for normal conditions. When you got weather conditions, you're supposed to drive at a speed safe for the conditions. Plus, when you're driving a truck going downhill at a grade like that, you can't go down it like cars can. And, that cop, he was probably in a cruiser. He wasn't,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He didn't have all that weight. He probably don't have a clue what it's like driving truck either. So, you even on a grade when you don't have snow, you don't go down it in the same gear you went up it. I mean, you don't want to burn your brakes up going down. Plus, you don't want to touch brakes on snow anyway if you can keep from it.
Exactly.
But, I mean, there's a lot of stuff there, but I'd have just took it to court and argued it there. Because if you argue with a cop on the side of the road, that may affect what the judge thinks, where if you don't argue with them and then the cop's still showing his little authority trip deal, that can influence the judge too, so.
Yeah, and I can't help but wonder because they had called for the sergeant or whatever to come out, the supervisor, that we didn't get to see the video or the outcome of it. Kind of wonder what the supervisor had to say. In fact, I can't help but wonder, did they actually wait for an hour on the side of the road like they said they were going to for the supervisor? But all right, with that, what are we looking at? It's 844-844-3388. Well, this week, the Illinois State Police debuting a new tool to help track expressway shootings around the state. Yeah, obviously the kind of thing that's happened a hell of a lot more often. I mean, it's really become crazy out there on the highways. Every day it seems like there's a road rage shooting out there somewhere in the country. And all too often, fatal shootings. But Wednesday, Illinois State Police introduced an interactive statewide expressway shooting dashboard that will track current and historical data regarding reported expressway shootings on all expressways in the state. Troopers say it's intended to provide not only data, but some context for expressway shootings. The dashboard currently provides information on all Illinois expressway shootings dating back to 2019 to present day. Users would also be able to access information concerning the location, date, and time, specific Illinois highway system, and whether there was an injury or a death involved. And we want to provide this information to the general public, the community stakeholders, our traffic safety partners, and other first responders and law enforcement to assure them we are committed to our mission of ensuring public safety on the expressway systems. According to the State Patrol Director, knowing when and where these violent crimes are being committed gives us another tool to maybe combat these violent, senseless crimes. Well, we know numerous truck drivers have been targeted on Illinois highway shootings over the past several years. Now, they linked several headlines that were from CDL Life in the past. Headline number 1, shots fired at semi-truck driver during Christmas Day road rage incident. Another headline, trucker shot in face on Dan Ryan Expressway. Another headline, no arrest after trucker found shot to death in semi on Illinois interstate. Another headline, man charged with attempted first-degree murder for shooting at semi on the Dan Ryan Expressway. Oh, sounds like the Dan Ryan is a place I don't want to be. All right, there you go. But some of our industry headlines. Quickly, back to the phones we go. And there's Philip. Ready for a cold weekend, are you, Philip?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I don't think we'll get any ice down here. I just think it's going to be cold. But if we got ice down here, these people wouldn't know how to drive on the roads down here, buddy.
No doubt, yeah.
So, first off, I want to apologize. I made some statements when I talked to you last time about South Florida. I don't have a problem with anybody in South Florida. I just have a problem with the dumb people that have the animals they don't know how to control. So with that said, I'm going to leave it at that. But you were mentioning the other day, Steve, about a SpaceX rocket that's going to hit the moon. Do you remember that?
Yes, and I think they said they're guesstimating somewhere about, was it March or February? I think March 4th, I think they said.
Yeah, March 4th. In 2015, they launched a satellite, and it went way out there. They wanted to go 600,000 miles out with it. And I don't think they calculated the amount of fuel burn for the second stage, which that stays with the payload until it gets to where it needs to go, and then it pushes off from the payload, and then it turns back towards the Earth. And what it tentatively does is it has enough power to bring it back into the Earth's atmosphere, and it burns up. Well, that one didn't burn up. It kept going. And it's been orbiting out there since 2015, and it's going to hit the dark side of the moon. And nobody on Earth will see it from the ground, but they said that they tentatively would have some footage of it on some telescopes and that kind of thing, looking at it. But they kind of interested in seeing how it's going to impact the Earth, or the moon, because of craters. They want to see how the craters were formed on the moon. So this is going to show them how big a crater it's going to be. It's a big piece. It's a really big piece. It's probably about the size of a school bus.
I think they said it's like 4 tons, I believe. That'll leave a mark, right?
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty good one. This thing is, if you look at when those Falcon 9 rockets go up, when them boosters come back, the booster's about 3/4 of the length of the rocket. And then the other quarter of it is the fairing up on top, and then that second stage is underneath that fairing. That second stage is what's going to hit the moon. It's just the second stage. It isn't the payload was actually launched and everything, but that second stage, it's a big piece. It's about as big as a bus, a regular, like a school bus. It's about the size of that, if you want to compare it to the size of something. And it's going to be a pretty good hit on the moon. I don't think it's going to be enough to mess it up bad, but because I'm pretty sure that it's had asteroids and all kinds of other stuff hit it over the years that's a lot bigger than that. But it's going to be a pretty good hit. They're gonna hopefully today. They didn't get it off yesterday because we had mist and rain and a bunch of stuff going on with the weather down here. They were supposed to launch one yesterday afternoon, but they're going to try again today. This one is going to be a telescope that scans the Earth. SpaceX is launching it for the Italians, and this telescope is supposed to be used with military and commercial usage. So the militaries have a way to look at it. It's going to technically scan the Earth and see how the Earth is as far as mapping and that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of Big Brother's going to be looking at us again up there again. So it's going to be interesting stuff. Have you heard any more about the North China Sea or anything going on with Ukraine?
Well, I mean, it's just the fact that Russia is sending, I guess, what they call it, the hospital type people up there, the medical units up toward the front line, which kind of would lead you to think they're getting ready for something to happen.
Yeah. Yesterday you were, right after our conversation, you were mentioning about my opinion about it. And you thought, well, I'm kind of unsure about it, but I'm going to tell you right now, Steve, I don't think we should go to that one. I don't think we need to be poking the bear. But in the same token, you got to look at it this way. We've always stood up for all these countries when stuff has happened. It's a hard one to judge on, to be quite honest. And what you said in your statistics there, I heard your statistics after I got off the phone. There's a lot of people that are like me. They're unsure about it. I tentatively, I don't think we should go, because messing with a country with nuclear weapons is not a good deal. And we've seen what happened in Japan, and that was on a small scale compared to what we got today. What we got today is a lot bigger than that, and it'll do a lot more damage. But I don't think that we're going to do a ground thing on that. Would you think that we would go on a ground on that, Steve?
I would certainly think not, but
I don't think we'll go on the ground. I mean, there's too much technology that we have to do ground fighting anymore. I mean, with all the drone technology that we have now, I mean, we saw that in the Middle East a few years ago with drones going in. We don't even need to send troops anymore. I mean, it could be just like a drone drop. But the thing is, you're looking at mass casualties, and that's the part that's scary about it. So, and by the way, Steve, I am going to be starting early Sunday morning. So you might hear me call a little earlier. Got told by the boss yesterday that with the freezing temperatures that are coming in Sunday morning for us, that all of our trains have got to start up, and they're putting heaters on the track, and we're going to be running the units as much as we can through the night to keep everything warm. So I might give you a little call a little bit earlier on Sunday. So we'll see how it rolls.
That'll be interesting. Now, you think you'll have any people there to see Mickey Mouse on Sunday with the chilly temperatures?
I don't know. I'm kind of concerned about it because a lot of our equipment down there, you see, we're kind of in the same state that Texas is when Texas went through that freezing condition a year or two ago. We're kind of in that same kind of boat. We're not used to that kind of, we're not built. Our infrastructure's not built for those temperatures like you guys are up in Ohio and up north. And, we got a lot of I drive a 30-year-old train that's crazy, automated and all kinds of stuff, but it's still a basic air system just like a semi has. And the company I work for, we don't use the techniques that they do in the trucking industry to keep things going. And it's going to be interesting. It really is, because our units are not used to that kind of cold weather. And you're talking about a 90,000-pound vehicle that's 200 foot long, and it's got probably about 3 or 4 miles of hose going through it for the airlines. So, you got a lot of chances to freeze up. Mm-hmm. And it has the dryers on it like the trucks do. We got, on one of our trains on a bank, we got 7 dryers. But we still we'll pull 4 to 5 gallons of water out of a train a day. So you think about, you got 4 or 5 gallons of water laying around in an airline that's sitting at about 32 degrees. You do that for a period of about 7-8 hours, that's going to be ugly. So we're just going to see how it plays out. I mean, our big thing is to keep the trains running, keep the equipment running. As long as we're running trains over those tracks, that concrete beam will stay at about 168, 170 degrees as long as those trains are running over it.
Wow.
Big thing with the train. The big thing the train is to keep the train going is to keep that air dryer, keep kicking that water out. Now, if we have one of those freeze up and stick, then we're in trouble. But we're going to keep it going. We'll see how she runs. I know we're supposed to be, our wind chill, I think, is in the 20s in Sunday morning with our wind chill. So I don't know. That air is coming down really low. I don't know did you know what the temperature is going to be for Miami?
They're supposed to be in the upper 30s, I believe.
Yeah, I know around here they were talking about we're going to be at freezing conditions.
Yep.
So think about it. Think about this, Steve. Down here we use PVC pipe for everything for the house. So we're going to be drizzling water a lot, even during the day. We'll be drizzling water. I mean, to keep the pipes clear. So I don't know. You guys still do that up north?
Oh, yeah, when it gets really cold, absolutely. I mean, they were talking some of the outlying areas there in Orlando may drop into the upper 20s. So, I mean, we're talking hard freeze.
Yeah, you will see that up probably around Ocala, Gainesville, down to Ocala. Probably going to be like the Villages down in that area. I know I live in Deltona. I live in Volusia County. I live in inland Volusia County. And they're talking about 30 degrees for us. And that's pretty much what they said for us. But we're only, 25, 30 miles from the coast. So we might get some wind off the coast. The people on the coast will be real good because they'll have the wind in off the coast. That'll kind of, I know it sounds crazy, but the wind's it's going to feel cold, but it's actually going to keep things a little bit warmer on the coast than it would be on the inland sides.
Mm-hmm.
The inland sides are going to freeze up a lot more, especially you get into where you have a lot of water, like towards where the marsh areas are, where the animals are and stuff. It's going to be interesting. So I appreciate your time, bud. Thanks for the talk, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
You got it. Hey, thanks. Next time around, yeah, maybe Sunday night into Monday morning, right? All right, with that, it is 844-844-3388. And let me see here. Would that be a voice from the past on the line there? High Tech? Hang in there, High Tech. We got to get our news break in first. And we'll come back as we roll into the midnight hour on the West Coast, headed into a Friday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
After announcing his retirement, President Biden thanked Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer for his decades of public service.
Person I will nominate will be someone with extraordinary qualifications, character, experience, and integrity. And that person will be the first black woman ever nominated to the United States Supreme Court.
Experts say the frontrunner on the list of potential candidates is Federal Appeals Court Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, who clerked for Justice Breyer.
Without a doubt, being a law clerk for Justice Breyer was one of the most rewarding professional experiences of my life.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says he wants to move quickly to confirm a nominee. They're expected to use the same timeline they used for Amy Coney Barrett's nomination. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot. It's official. Inflation is at its highest level since the 1980s, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. What most people don't know is that it's actually much worse. Inflation may be higher now than the 1980s since the new measurements exclude food and energy. Gas prices up 58%, energy up 33%. What can you do about it? Protect yourself and your family. Only gold, silver, and other hard assets give you true protection. My friends at Tangible Investments guarantee the absolute lowest prices on precious metals. Check them out at TII1.com or call 800-300-8441. Tangible Investments has 40 years of experience and billions, that's with a B, billions in transactions. Call 800-300-8441 if you want help with gold, silver, platinum. They guarantee you the best prices plus excellent service. Call Tangible Investments now, 800-300-8441 or visit TII1.com. They also provide free verbal appraisals.
According to the Labor Department, unemployment claims fell the week ending January 22nd, marking the first drop in a month. Initial jobless claims were 260,000 for that week, which was a decrease of 30,000 from the previous week. A total of 1.7 million people were collecting unemployment compensation the week ending January 15th. As initial jobless claims declined, the Commerce Department reported the total output of all goods and services increased by 5.7% for all of 2021. That's the largest growth for any year since 1984. On Wednesday, the Federal Reserve left its benchmark interest rate near zero, but warned an interest rate increase is coming soon to combat inflation. Economists say jobless claims will continue to be lower as the economic disruptions from the Omicron variant fade. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
The governor of Texas spoke about immigration at the southern border.
Greg Abbott on Thursday spoke at a two-day border summit for 12 state attorneys general to discuss security at the U.S. southern border. Abbott accusing President Biden of being indifferent to the impact illegal immigration has in the United States.
Joe Biden doesn't care about victims of human trafficking. If he cared, he would step up and do something about it. But he does not care about the carnage that he's causing to lives and communities across the entire country.
The Biden administration has focused on the root cause of mass migration, including crime and poverty in countries where illegal immigrants are. The Biden administration has focused on the root causes of mass migration, including crime and poverty in countries where migrants are fleeing from. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Charges have now been filed after a young immigrant was murdered.
A 16-year-old teen and a 27-year-old man have been charged in the weekend murder of 8-year-old Mexico immigrant Melissa Ortega in Chicago as she walked down the street with her mother. The boy, who is believed to be the shooter, was charged with first-degree murder and attempted murder. He will be charged as an adult. Javier Guzman, who was driving, has also been charged with multiple counts. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
All right, yeah, we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Friday. All right, what's on your mind? Let's get back to the calls here. Promise we get to high tech. A voice from the past.
Oh, okay. I was waiting for the beep.
There's the beep. Well, hello, high tech.
Well, I was sitting there checking out the new studio now that you're a YouTube star.
So what do you think? You said it looks a little.
Well, I see you put acoustic.
It looks a little green,
yeah, you put
right?
Acoustical.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a little bit of acoustical tiling you had to put up. What is that? A spare bedroom?
It's a secret bunker.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you. When I looked around and seen you was off the other station, I said, "Wonder what happened." And I thought maybe you had some more truck drivers over there cooking in the studio and burn it down.
No, that wasn't me. No.
Oh yeah. You didn't regale everybody with the story of the great cookout, the studio cookout.
Oh, that was a fun story, but that wasn't me. I had nothing to do with it.
But well, now that you got the secret bunker, you can have more drivers over there to cook out in that studio.
Yeah, right. It's a little small for.
So how much work do you have to do on the acoustics and everything there? I see panels in front of you, panels behind you. Over there on the wall.
Actually, Kyle and Josh came down and put the bunker, put the studio together here, and it took quite a few hours, but yeah, they done a good job. That
echo down.
That American flag thing behind me there is actually that is acoustic tiles.
Mm-hmm. Well, hey, did you hear the news? The transportation secretary, in order to, he felt like he needed to connect with the drivers more often, so him and his husband have bought them a CB radio.
Did they? I did not hear that story. No.
Yeah, they wanted to connect with the drivers out there, so their handles is Pickle Park Pete and Over the Tank Frank.
Okay, breaker 19 for Mayor Pete, right?
Yeah, Pickle Park Pete. That's Pickle Park Pete. Yeah,
wow.
That's him. But other than that, how's things been going for you?
Doing all right. We've been here for a full. We celebrated 1 year on January the 11th. High Tech. When did you find us? Just recently?
Well, I thought it's been a year. I just seen it on the website a little while ago. It said it was the January 11th of this year.
January 11th was the 1 year anniversary show.
Oh, well, that shows you how much I keep track.
I'm telling you.
Well, I've had a busy year myself. It's been, well, ups and downs. So, you probably... I'm on your YouTube chat. Can you see the YouTube chat?
Let me see. No, I'd have to go to the Restream, which shares both, but everything.
Oh, okay.
Everything. I can't see anything that's been posted here in the last little bit, so.
Yeah, there's not too many people chatting on that. I go by Little Trucker Kennel over there. That way it's all tax deductible, everything I do.
How's the puppy mill business going, by the way?
Well, I lost 15 of them the other day, so that's the down part.
What the hell happened?
The kennel burnt down.
Oh, man, really?
Lost one mama dog and 15 puppies.
Wow.
Yeah, well. Anyway, I try not to dwell on it. It's only $100,000.
Okay,
what's that? Pocket change. Pocket change.
What a heartbreaker, though. I know, but you love your puppies, I know.
I know, yeah. They's all champion bloodline miniature pinchers. But anyway, back to the good stuff there. So what are you doing in that? As far as nationwide, I think the reach of that station isn't quite as far as the old station. Mostly internet.
Well, right now we're YouTube, Facebook. Of course, we've got the phone app for your iPhone or your Android phone that you can download and listen anywhere for free.
Well, I noticed now that you're on the camera, you have to hide all your whiskey bottles on the other side.
Yeah,
and,
right.
You have to wear clothes in the studio now. You can't be sitting in there naked.
Yep. Like I've done that. Like I've done that anyway.
Yeah, you actually have to get dressed now to go to work.
Uh-huh.
So, anything else? I mean, I was actually thinking about going back driving a truck. They said there's a truck driver shortage. I went down by this one place down the road and talked to the trainer in there. He let me drive around, the parking lot. I took the little driving test that they give, and he said that apparently I still remembered how to do it. But then I asked him if he's paying by the hour yet, and he said no. I says, well, give me a holler when y'all decide to start paying by the hour. I might think about going back.
Yeah.
But that mileage stuff, that just don't work.
Well, not when you're having to sit 2 and 3 hours at a time to wait and load and unload, right? You're not making anything.
Well, that's just it. That's just it. I think a fair wage would be $30 an hour for the 11 hours, and then you could go to minimum wage for all the rest of the time you're out there. But yeah, that's not really that much if you think about it. If with today's inflation and everything, you would have to be pushing 100,000 just to be in middle class.
Yeah.
It's like around the year 2000, I would have said about 60,000 would have put you in the lower middle class, and now 20 years later, you'd have to be up 75, 80,000 a year to be in the lower middle class range. So, yeah, I don't think so, and I don't want to go have another surgery to lose another couple 100 pounds.
Well, I mean, I'm thinking last time I spoke to you, you were, how did you describe yourself? Like half the man you used to be? I mean, how's that worked out? You kept it off?
Yeah, I'm still, I gained a little bit back. I went to 300, but now I'm back, losing it back down again. Of course, you do realize I'm getting to be an old fart now.
Yeah, we all?
I tried this new. It's not a drug. It's a hormone. It's a testosterone replacement because the doctor had it tested on me when I told him I was feeling tired, and he gave me that. And he says, "Well, your testosterone's low." So he gave me some booster stuff with that, and doggone, my hair started growing again, and my skin's oily, and I'm starting to feel better again.
How about that?
With feeling better, the weight started coming back down again. So it's like, okay, but it's not like a drug. It takes like a month before the stuff starts to work. So anybody wanting to say, "Oh, I'm gonna go take some testosterone," yeah, well, you got to take it a little bit. And and I'm not really thrilled with the way I have to take it. It's kind of like, turn your head and jab yourself in the leg and go, and shoot yourself with a needle, but you only have to do it once every 2 weeks. So it's not that bad.
Interesting. So, yeah, injection testosterone. I thought they gave that in a pill or something, but I didn't know.
Well, your body, they do, but your body metabolizes it, and most of the pill stuff and the patch stuff is all, how would you say, expensive. So the needle stuff is not that expensive. So I'm a cheapskate.
Well, okay. So are you still down in Tennessee prepping for the end of the world? Are you?
Yeah. Well. I was a lot better off before that because that kennel was a shed that had, some attics in it. And, well, I had about, 3 extra pairs of brand new boots and a lot of long johns and all like that was all stored away. So I lost a little bit of personal stuff there, too.
Yep. Wow.
Yeah, so it's, sometimes life sucks, but. Well, if you get lemons, you got to make lemonade. So what I've done is I've ripped up all the carpet in the house and turned my house into a kennel.
Okay.
Yeah, well, it's not as easy as the kennel was because I had those things where I could pressure wash that out and the poo would go down the pipe. But a little extra scrubbing, and then I'll have to go out and build another. I'm going to try to do the next one out of concrete. It don't burn.
Uh-huh.
That way it's even easier to clean because I've got so we're not broadcasting right now, right? I can say bitch.
Yes, just between me and you, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, because that's the proper name.
Yes.
I mean, that's proper English to call a female dog a bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I held up a picture of Nancy Pelosi and said that was a bitch, that would be talking ugly. So you have an ugly bitch and a good bitch. The good bitch dog, the ugly bitch would be Nancy Pelosi.
Okay.
So we're using proper English. You don't want to talk ugly. But anyway, I got like 15 of them that are of breeding age right now. So, I mean, I lost 15. 6 of them would have been replacements, and 7 of them were to be sold. So, it's a setback, that's for sure.
Still doing the what are they called? Miniature pinchers, right? Is that that's what you?
Yeah, miniature pinchers. I mean, that's why I said if you was on the chat thing, you'd see the little trucker kennel, the picture of the little dog on it there. Well, it's a shadow of a dog. But yeah, I got a video. I'm still into a little bit of technology now. My video editing skills are not that great, but I do get my dogs talking on their videos.
Oh, yeah.
Their little mouth moves. Yeah, their mouth moves, and I put a little squeaky voice to it. So I video of the dogs talking about it.
All right. Well, hey, it's good to hear from you, High Tech. I'm glad you're still alive and kicking down there, and yeah, don't be a stranger if you're up some night hour. Yep.
Tell your listeners when they're going through D.C. to give old Pickle Pete a holler out there. I'm sure he'll come back to you.
Breaker 19, Mayor Butt Plug.
Yeah, and his wife or husband, whatever you want to call it.
All right, there you go, about 19 past the hour, and it is 844-844-3388. All right, on a more serious note, Philip was asking about, again, the whole, should we get involved with actual U.S. bodies, troops on the ground in this whole Ukraine mess that's unfolding. The Pentagon confirming this past day, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has placed thousands of U.S. troops on heightened preparedness to deploy. Now, the Secretary did place a range of units in the United States on a heightened preparedness to deploy. I can say today these units include elements of the 82nd Airborne Division based in Fort Bragg, which regularly, I think maintains high readiness, as well as elements of the 18th Airborne Corps, also based at Fort Bragg, some elements at Fort Campbell, Kentucky. Kirby said the 101st Airborne at Fort Campbell and the 4th Infantry at Fort Carson, Colorado, were also among units placed on heightened alert, adding that the Pentagon would not provide an exhaustive list of every unit that's being placed on prepare to deploy orders. Other units, including elements from Fort Davis-Monthan, Arizona, Fort Hood, Texas, Fort Lewis-McChord, Washington, Fort Polk, Louisiana, Robbins Air Force Base, Georgia, Fort Stewart, Georgia, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Ohio, and select additional locations in the United States. These units all told include medical support, aviation support, logistics support, and, of course, combat formations, according to Kirby. I want to underscore another note, and that is, as I said many times earlier this week, these forces are on a heightened preparedness to deploy. They have not been activated. First announcement on Monday, Austin had placed 8,500 troops on heightened preparedness to deploy. Now, yesterday, Kirby declined to reveal how many of those 8,500 were actual combat troops. Secretary Austin has placed a range of units in the United States on a heightened preparedness to deploy, which increases our readiness to provide forces if NATO should activate the NRF, or if other situations develop. All told, the number of forces that the Secretary has placed on heightened alert comes up to about 8,500 personnel. Again, that was the statement from Kirby on Monday. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
See there, High Tech was complaining about the studio lighting. He said Steve needs better studio lighting. High Tech, I can do like the red, the orange, the yellow, the green. Now, since you may not be real familiar, Hotshot Secret, of course, that's the reason we're here. Yeah, green is kind of the color narrative there. So that's why we typically have the green background, but yeah, we can change it up to whatever you want. What do you think? A little green and red? That looks, I think I had that going for the Christmas time, but anyway, what else we got here? I got an email. Philip was also asking about anything more about the South China Sea. And Rockpick, who's one of our listeners, actually sent me an email. He says, I'm a former CTO3. That's Crypto Tech Operator, third-class petty officer, and I sailed the South China Sea a bunch of times with the USS Enterprise, CVN 65, during the years like 76 to 78, along with some port visits to the Philippines at Subic Bay. I was listening to the replay of your show on YouTube when the subject of the South China Sea came up. Now, even if China takes Taiwan by force, we will still demand freedom of navigation and overflight of the South China Sea per the United Nations. All free nations want the same. Now, regarding the BRP Sierra Madre, the former U.S. World War II ship, was intentionally grounded on a shoal there to prevent the Chinese from illegally building on it, as they've done throughout the South China Sea. Now, I sent you a few related links from the USN Institute. The first shows you the location of all U.S. Navy ships, starting with the carriers, and you'll see that the Carl Vinson and Abraham Lincoln are both in the South China Sea, and were so at the time of the recent incident there on the carrier with the Vincent and the F-35 incident. The second offers links to three different stories. The history of the BRP Sierra Madre. Said I think you might be interested in checking some of those out. I'm a huge fan of Google image search. Here's the ship and its crew in images. So again, he sent me several other links and actually a couple of photographs. He said, you'll probably find the USNI page very interesting reading, and the images. Anyway, I'll see you on the radio. A couple of photos he sent here. I'm the guy with the black beard up front in the attached photo, taken aboard the USS Enterprise CVN 65 during the 1978 Westpac cruise. The heavyset chief, upper right in khakis, was wounded during the attack on the USS Liberty. Anyway, then he's got a photograph of the door there, which is the crypt. Security area. Keep out. Authorized personnel only. So he was a crypto tech operator. Great to have you with us. Rockpick, first of all, thank you for your service and thank you for listening to the program. That's all pretty cool. All right, when we come back, we'll get back to your calls. Lines have quieted down a bit. Eagle's going to be jumping back in here if he hasn't fallen asleep. Hang in there, Eagle. Gilligan back online, and lines available at 844-844-3388. On a Friday morning, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
After announcing his retirement, President Biden thanked Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer for his decades of public service.
Person I will nominate will be someone with extraordinary qualifications, character, experience, and integrity. And that person will be the first black woman ever nominated to the United States Supreme Court.
Experts say the frontrunner on the list of potential candidates is Federal Appeals Court Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, who clerked for Justice Breyer.
Without a doubt, being a law clerk for Justice Breyer was one of the most rewarding professional experiences of my life.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says he wants to move quickly to confirm a nominee. They're expected to use the same timeline they used for Amy Coney Barrett's nomination. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Mike Lindell, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow, wants to give back to listeners. You can get great discounts on all MyPillow products if you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Deep discounts on all MyPillow products, like the buy one, get one free special on Giza Dream Sheets. All MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Call 1-800-951-8175 or go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Use my promo code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, this past day, the Coast Guard announcing they had found 4 additional bodies in the search for those dozens of migrants that were lost at sea off Florida. But they anticipated they were going to suspend operations when the sun went down this past evening, unless they got new information. So, I mean, it had been, last Saturday, I think, so. Homeland Security said we are actively investigating the cause of the human smuggling operation. So they have now found a total of 5 bodies, which means there are 34 still missing. 5 days after the vessel capsized on the way to Florida. That chain of islands in the Bahamas, about 55 miles east of Miami, Coast Guard said the decision to suspend the search at sunset Thursday, pending any new discoveries, was not an easy decision, but we have saturated the area over and over. We've had good visibility. We've overflown the vessel a number of times. It does mean we don't think it's likely anybody else has survived out there. Simple as that. But we have launched an inquiry saying this was most certainly part of a human smuggling operation. Under federal law, a smuggler convicted of causing a death is eligible for execution. So they're looking for the individuals who were behind this operation, probably still somewhere there in the Bahamas. The goal is to identify, arrest, and prosecute any criminal or organization that organized, facilitated, or profited from what turned out to be a doomed venture. All right, back to the calls here. You're still with us there, Eagle. Good morning.
Yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Happy Friday.
Okay. Yeah. I wanted to say before I get started, that guy, he had called in right after I did. The guy who's supposed to be retiring from truck driving. What was his name? Big Ed?
Big Ed, yes. Big Ed, yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. Hopefully, I appreciate him mentioning my name in his phone call. Keep saying he agreed with me on the Supreme Court deal. And, hopefully, that guy there, I still got a ways to go before I can get out of this truck driving deal. But I'm like him, man. It's getting worse and worse out here on the road, but there's a lot of money to be made truck driving. So until God blesses me with some other way to make money, I'll be driving trucks the way I see it. We losing drivers day after day, guys getting out of the game and finding other things to do, and I can't really blame them. It's like I said, I told you that before, Steve. I like truck driving. It's just the the cars, the four-wheelers, the people get more and more aggressive, and they don't respect trucks. So that's the main thing is the way these four-wheelers are driving nowadays. But other than that, it's not too bad. Now, I want to get back to the situation, Steve, with the crime in America. Let's talk about the police. What's going on right now with the police in the U.S. They get absolutely no respect whatsoever. Just down in Texas where I live at. I'm not in Texas right now, but I told you I'll be back on Saturday for the Texas rally. But unfortunately, in Houston, Texas, Steve, where Donald Trump's going to be at, Houston is like a wild, wild west with the crime that's going on.
Yep.
Just today, 3 police officers got shot. Earlier in the week, 2 officers died, gunned down in Houston. 3 cops were shot today in a shootout. Then a man went to a home and stole a car, and police chased him to another home, and they had to bust in there to get him out of the place. So there's a bad thing going on, Steve. These people, like these woke people, they wanted to take the law enforcement police off the streets, and now you see what's going to happen to the streets of America. It's going to turn into a wild, wild west, a gun show, because police officers, I can't blame them. See, I told you this a long time ago, years ago. I would have done the same thing. They can't regret. Nobody wants. It's hard to find people that want to join the police force, and you can't blame them because they basically have their hands tied. They can't do anything. They can't do their job. Plus, they don't make the kind of money they deserve anyway. So now we have a real serious problem with the police in America. It's only going to get worse because people don't respect the law. They think the law is the problem, and when it's actually the individuals out there that's out of control. So we'll continue to have this problem with gun violence, and then with good old Joe Biden bringing in illegals Don't know if these people are gang members. Don't know if they are criminals, rapists, murderers. Don't know who these people are. All Joe Biden knows is he bringing them in, bringing people in and putting them on buses and planes and relocating them all over the USA, Steve. It's really a damn shame what's going on in America right now, man. Just like Trump said, you know, I'm pretty sure Trump is going to run for president. But see, here's the problem, Steve. One of your callers called in the other night and said that a lot of people were turned off by Donald Trump's personality. I think Donald Trump, you know, as much as you very rarely hear me say anything bad about Donald Trump, Steve, because I've been on his team ever since he's been in the White House. Was in the White House. But he's going to have to tone down his personality and attitude a little bit. You know, there's a lot of people that want Trump back in the White House, but they were kind of turned off by the way his attitude was. So hopefully Trump will tone it down a little bit, because we can't let this opportunity pass us by in 2024. This is the last chance for the United States, Steve. If Joe Biden is allowed to continue on as president for 8 years, hopefully that'll be the worst day in the history of this country if this man is reelected for a second term. But hopefully Trump can get everything together. If not Trump, maybe the other man, the governor of Florida, can get back in there and do his thing and try to get somebody back in the White House that actually cares about America. I want to ask you a question. See, I asked you this question a couple of months ago, and I already know what the answer is. When have you heard, not even from day one, let alone right now, Steve, when have you heard Joe Biden or the other Kamala, the so-called vice president, when have you heard either one of them say that they wanted to make America great again, wanted to make this country a place where everybody could raise their family and be one of the best places on earth to live in, like it used to be? I challenge anybody to call in tonight and let me know when you heard Joe Biden say that he wanted to make America great again, just like Trump said. The only thing Joe Biden wants to do is make America worse again, worse than what it was. It's the way I see it. He's not trying to do anything to make this place good again, Steve. And one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve, you know, I want people to go back and look at that video of Joe Biden a couple of days ago when he called the reporter a son of a B. I want you to just look at the smug look on this guy's face as he's sitting at the desk. You know, as they clear out the room, the guy, he won't take no questions. I want you to just look at Joe Biden as he's sitting at that table while the reporters are kicked out of the room after the man had asked the question. Just look at the look of Joe Biden's face. He has a look on his face like he could care less about anybody. Only person he's worried about himself. And that's really a damn shame that a guy can sit at a table with a look like that on his face and call himself the president of the United States of America. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle, thank you. I appreciate you being with us about 16 before the hour. And yeah, the whole Houston scenario, you have 3 more officers shot on Thursday. Now, thank goodness they're all going to survive. But it was a chase that ended with 3 officers shot in a shootout. A guy stealing a car, barricading himself in a house. Officers were called to a house in northeast Houston, a family disturbance, according to the chief. Let's see, all 3 of the injured officers were taken to Memorial Hermann Hospital. 2 were driven there in another patrol officer's vehicle. The other was taken by the Houston Fire Department. One of the officers apparently shot in the arm, one in the leg, the third shot in the foot. And we're just grateful to God that they will all survive, according to the chief. But responding to a report of a shooting at a home of a man's girlfriend, when officers arrived, the man fled in the car, led police on a chase for several miles. A chase ended when the car fleeing crashed at an intersection in a residential area just off I-69. Southeastern edge of downtown Houston. Officers, as they got out of the vehicle, the suspect immediately fired on officers, striking 3. All 3 officers returned fire. Now, the chief said it's not known if the man was injured by the officer's gunfire, but it's possible he fired more than 50 rounds. Officers described the gun the man was using as a fully automatic weapon. He fled and carjacked a white Mercedes-Benz, then drove to a house several miles northeast of where the crash occurred. Officers then surrounded the house. The man inside fired multiple times, but did not hit any officers, who returned fire. He remained barricaded in the house Thursday evening. As the police were negotiating, the SWAT was called in. The hostage negotiation teams were there. A man was believed to be the only person in the house. They don't know at this point why he went to that particular residence. The mayor said he visited the wounded officers. They were talkative, in good spirits. But this just highlights the dangers law enforcement face every day and the rising violent crime that's affecting the Houston area and other U.S. cities. I mean, it's been a tough week in Houston for law enforcement. Sunday, a constable fatally shot during a traffic stop. And then I guess the other officer, Monday, the officer struck and killed as he stood by his motorcycle blocking a highway exit ramp during an off-duty job that was escorting heavy machinery. And there was a Houston police dog injured after he was stabbed by a man following an attempted carjacking. I mean, just pandemonium in the streets. Yeah, Eagle's right. It's becoming kind of like the wild, wild west in some of these cities. And notice there's just absolutely no respect whatsoever for the law enforcement. The badge, the uniform, it means nothing. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back to your calls here. See if he's hanging in there. What's going on, Gilligan? Welcome back.
Well, thanks for having me back, Steve. Hey, I want to set the record straight on that Chevette guy guy called in that insinuating I used to use the Georgia overdrive. No, I'm not like him with his going down sandstone on the gravel and his bubble front GMC and his B61 Mac back in the day. You know, I never used Georgia overdrive. Steve, I don't know whether brain dead touched on it, but I think I've got a nominee for a DA of the week. I sent you a link to the story. Did you see the story about the guy that lit up the doobie in the courtroom?
Yeah, I saw that. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you're in a courtroom and you light up one up. I'm not the smartest man in the world, but I'm sure heck ain't that dumb. No, big sexy. I'm not saying go look for a smarter caller. But Steve, I've been car shopping for you again. I think you'll be glad to hear about my picks for you. Now, I don't know what you're a little late on these. Did you see where Wayne's World's AMC Pacer sold at auction the other day? Did you see that?
The World AMC Pacer, Wayne's World. No, I didn't.
The Wayne's World. Yeah, the little baby blue one with, hey man, it had a flame, paint jobs, and all that. Brought $71,500. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of money for a Pacer. Well, there was another one sold at the same auction. I think it brought 30-some thousand, but it wasn't from the movie. It was an AMC Pacer almost identical to that one. Now, if you don't like the two Pacers, I was watching the Jackson Barrett auto auction the other night, and I can't remember the exact year, but they had another one I'm sure you would have dearly loved. They had a 4-screen Ford Pinto station wagon. Now, it had the 2.0 in it, so it had probably a 75 or 6. And this thing looked like it just rolled off the showroom floor. They paid $8,500 for a Pinto. I remember enough about the Pintos to know that when they was brand new, they was nowhere near worth that. And things were not that reliable, especially the early ones. Am I remembering that right?
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember. There was some other odd cars like that, like the Pinto, come across that auction and stuff. I've been kind of watching for a Dodge Aspen. They only made it 1 year. I actually used to have one. It was a Richard Petty kit car. This thing come from the factory with 43s on the doors, the roof, and all this stuff. They only made a few of them. I used to own one, but unfortunately, I haven't run across one going across that auction. I'd be kind of interested in seeing what one would bring these days. They say they bring a pretty good price, but you put Petty with anything rare, and yeah, that's going to be an expensive combination, even if it is a Dodge Aspen, you know. But yeah, I'm going to touch on this deal. This cop pulling the guy over for going too slow down the mountain. I don't know the situation. I don't know the road conditions. I know they said it was snow covered. You know, a 6% grade. Yes, I've run the mountains of West Virginia a lot. I've only been one trip out into the Rockies, so I don't have hardly any experience out there. But I've had plenty of experience on these steeper ones and shorter ones with a lot of turns and stuff back here. I would have to know the conditions, but it seemed to me like if I was training the guy, I got snow-covered roads, and I got a trainee, I'm not going to have him drive down off that mountain. Yes, it's a good idea to train the man to drive down the mountain without the Jake brake, you know, but that does not seem like the right time to be doing that. Yeah, I agree with Chevy Guy on that. And I also agree with him that one thing you'll read in any CDL manual, any instructor, most any instructor at least, in hazardous conditions, whether wet road, snow-covered road, don't run your reject, don't run your cruise control, because what will happen is the engine brake will hold back your drive tires, and it'll cause you to jackknife if it hits wrong. That's a safety concern. That's the way I was always taught. But anyway, well, that's about all I got for tonight, and I thank you for taking me back there, Steve. Have a good
Gilligan, have a good weekend. All right, under our Dumbass of the Week nominees, what do we see? Let's head on down to Florida, Cape Coral. Now, Braindead says, I bet he got more than bacon. Officers arresting a man at the Waffle House, receiving calls about a disturbance. When officers arrived, they heard the man identified as 28-year-old Martin Alvarez yelling expletives at the staff about how his bacon was cooked. Alvarez screaming, "You better cook the effing bacon right." I guess he wanted crispy. I don't know. Officers asked Alvarez to come outside, which, no, he didn't want to come outside. He resisted until they threatened to use a taser, ultimately arrested and charged with disorderly intoxication, resisting arrest, and intent to do violence. He just wanted his bacon cooked, right? On to Daytona Beach, Florida. 36-year-old Daytona Beach man accused of making several YouTube rap-style videos threatening to shoot up a school and his place of work. Tron Welburn booked into the Volusia County Jail. Police in Port Orange say they got a call from a woman who had seen a video on YouTube of someone threatening a mass school shooting in Spruce Creek. Port Orange has 2 schools with the same Spruce Creek in them, the same name. Police in Daytona Beach took over the case because the suspect lives there and is also accused of making a second video, potentially threatening violence at his place of work, Trader Joe's, the distribution center in Daytona Beach. Welburn is facing charges of written threats to kill and or do bodily harm. Well, there you go. Yes, a proverbial dumbass of the week. And with that, we'll get our news update here, top of the hour. And look at there, final hour just ahead. Our number is 844-844-3388. And just real quick, got an email from Spaceman there. He said, I heard Big Ed's retiring because he has an OnlyFans page that's making more money than he did driving a truck. Good luck in his retirement and his new endeavor. All right, Spaceman, it'd be nice to hear from you one of these days, too. Good to have you out there with us, though. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
After announcing his retirement, President Biden thanked Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer for his decades of public service.
Person I will nominate will be someone with extraordinary qualifications, character, experience, and integrity. And that person will be the first black woman ever nominated to the United States Supreme Court.
Experts say the frontrunner on the list of potential candidates is Federal Appeals Court Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, who clerked for Justice Breyer.
Without a doubt, being a law clerk for Justice Breyer was one of the most rewarding professional experiences of my life.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says he wants to move quickly to confirm a nominee. They're expected to use the same timeline they used for Amy Coney Barrett's nomination. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
According to the Labor Department, unemployment claims fell the week ending January 22nd, marking the first drop in a month. Initial jobless claims were 260,000 for that week, which was a decrease of 30,000 from the previous week. A total of 1.7 million people were collecting unemployment compensation the week ending January 15th. As initial jobless claims declined, the Commerce Department reported the total output of all goods and services increased by 5.7% for all of 2021. That's the largest growth for any year since 1984. On Wednesday, the Federal Reserve left its benchmark interest rate near zero, but warned an interest rate increase is coming soon to combat inflation. Economists say jobless claims will continue to be lower as the economic disruptions from the Omicron variant fade. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Charges have now been filed after a young immigrant was murdered.
A 16-year-old teen and a 27-year-old man have been charged in the weekend murder of 8-year-old Mexico immigrant Melissa Ortega in Chicago as she walked down the street with her mother. The boy, who is believed to be the shooter, was charged with first-degree murder and attempted murder. He will be charged as an adult. Javier Guzman, who was driving, has also been charged with multiple counts. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The governor of Texas spoke about immigration at the southern border.
Greg Abbott on Thursday spoke at a two-day border summit for 12 state attorneys general to discuss security at the U.S. southern border. Abbott accusing President Biden of being indifferent to the impact illegal immigration has in the United States.
Joe Biden doesn't care about victims of human trafficking. If he cared, he would step up and do something about it. But he does not care about the carnage that he's causing to lives and communities across the entire country.
The Biden administration has focused on the root cause of mass migration, including crime and poverty in countries where illegal immigrants are. The Biden administration has focused on the root causes of mass migration, including crime and poverty in countries where migrants are fleeing from. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty then, final hour. Here we go on a Friday morning. Hope you've had a good week. final weekend of January. Here it comes. You're wrapping up the month of January, Monday, getting ready for Groundhog Day next Wednesday. What do you think? 6 more weeks of winter? Yeah, AccuWeather. They've got their meteorological spring just over a month away. When they say meteorological, it's March, April, May. But forecasters try to get a preview of what the new season will bring before Punxsutawney Phil emerges from his burrow next Wednesday. Obviously one of the most publicized weather forecasts of the year. Groundhog Day. But forecasters have been busy for weeks looking at weather trends for the coming months. And in a bid to maybe stay ahead of Punxsutawney Phil's prognostication, they've given their preview for the spring in the United States. Of course, Phil's been making his forecast almost every year since 1887. There were like 10 years where there was no record of his prognostication, and there was a time during World War II when he did not make an appearance. But for those eager to find out, what are we looking at? AccuWeather's lead forecasters believe this year he's not going to see his shadow, and the spring will be around the corner. Now, that doesn't mean we're not going to see any significant winter weather coming our way, at least in the northern tier of the U.S. for the next several weeks. Even if Phil sees a shadow, meaning 6 more weeks of winter, there are a few regions in the lower 48 that can expect some spring-like weather to arrive a bit early this year. So they say it was a stormy start to the winter across the Southwest. Much-needed rain, yards of mountain snow, which kind of subsided once we rolled into the new year, leaving much of the Southwest, the Four Corners, the Southern Plains very dry as we started the new year. That pattern is predicted to carry over into the spring, allowing some early warmth to build later in February and throughout March. He added there could be even a summer preview in the cards for those areas by May. Okay. Florida and the southeast coast may be a good vacation spot early as temperatures climb in mid-February and remain above normal for the most part through the official start of spring. That early spring warmth may be welcomed by folks in the southeast, as you have seen multiple waves of cold weather and some wintry precipitation through January. Nashville saw more than 9 inches of snow this month. The Carolinas have endured waves of accumulating snow and the big ice storm. Even Texas had a taste of winter this month. Not as extreme as the historic blast from last year, but other regions of the country probably want to keep your winter coats and your snow shovels handy. Old Man Winter's going to have an extended stay this year. All right, so they're looking at the month of February. Things in the southeast from, say, Atlanta through the South Carolina, southern North Carolina, much of Florida, expected to be a bit warmer than normal. Whereas you get up into the northern tier, Montana, North Dakota, Minnesota, areas that are going to be well below normal as we head toward the official start of spring. Okay, there's a look around the country. Hello to the Big Moose. What's happening this morning?
Oh, not much. I took a nap earlier and got my sleep all screwed up. What are you doing?
Just playing radio. Everybody loves your song, Big Moose. Even the revamped version, they thought that was good. You added a little bit of the weather stuff in there. That's nice.
Yeah, well, like I said, I didn't know you were going to play it on there. I was just just messing around a little bit, but I'm glad it worked out. I'm glad everybody enjoyed it. the reason I called you here, I was sitting here just about ready to toss my lunch because have you seen the latest with Hollywood's Golden Boy and Alec Baldwin?
Yeah, no. What is that?
Okay, this cat, he got a lawsuit against him. The script supervisor, I guess, on that show filed a lawsuit, said that he was disregarding protocol and the shooting and all that thing, you know. So Baldwin's attorneys, they called the court, and they're saying that any compensation needs to be made from the New Mexico workers' compensation system, which covers on-the-job accidents, you know. And yeah, it's a big crock of mess. I'm gonna send it to you here. You can read it to everybody, but you know they gonna let him off scot-free on that. They ain't gonna do nothing to him. You know, if that'd been anybody else, they'd have been looking for the lumber to build a cross to crucify him on. You know, but they ain't gonna do nothing to him. It's just sickening. Yeah, if anybody else under any circumstances would have picked up a gun, prop gun, anything that even resembled a gun, pointed it at somebody, and that person died, they would not only be going after the gun, they'd be going after the guy holding the gun, and it would be a big old mess. But apparently this guy can just shoot anybody he wants to and get away with it, you know.
Hell, they'd probably be going after the manufacturer of the gun.
Well, absolutely. And there's no way that, you know, it happened the way he said it happened. There's no way that you can make that gun fire the way he said it was fired. And anybody that's got the sense God give a goose can tell the difference between a blank round and a live round. I mean, you can tell that by looking at them. They're so physically different. You don't even have to be a gun expert to know the difference. A blank round's got a brass crimped end on it, and the live round's got a big old lead ball hanging out the end of it. Them old 45 Colts. I mean, the difference is day and night, you know. He should have checked the gun himself, you know. The protocol said that he should have checked the gun himself. He was supposed to familiarize himself with that. They're trained to, you know, to handle them things and props, you know. But did you notice how the left loves to put the word prop in front of that gun anytime they're mentioning this gun? It was a prop gun. It was a prop gun, okay? Well, I got news for you. If you got a car in a movie, it's a prop car. It doesn't change the fact that it's still an automobile. It's just being used as a prop. Or if you've got a building in a movie, that's a prop building. Well, it's still a building, you know.
Yep.
And you know they think by adding the word prop to this gun that, you know, people think that, oh well, he didn't know what he was picking up. Of course he did, you know. I just like so I didn't mean to run over this guy. I was driving a prop car. I didn't know it actually killed somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yep.
But you know, the left is so stupid. You got these wanting to put, somebody said they want to put litter boxes in restrooms for people who identify as animals.
Yes.
You got, yeah. And then you got that one quack that old Biden's got up there, what is that, the health chairman or whatever, that guy that dresses up like Aunt Bee and gets up there and tells everybody what they should eat and how they should act and, you know, and all this stuff. What's that guy's name? Richard something.
Yeah, the health secretary or whatever, yes.
Yeah, the health secretary. I call him Aunt B because that's who he looks like. That's who he come in there with that bouffant hairdo and that old moo-moo dress-looking thing on, look like Aunt B, God rest her. I shouldn't even say that. Old Frances Bobbier was pretty classy old broad, but that's who he's trying to act like, you know. And I tell you what, Steve, that's the reason I don't even allow Wheaties in my house. After what them things did to old Bruce Jenner, I don't even want to take a chance. I tell them, nope, cornflakes are nothing around here. We don't allow no Wheaties around here. The whole world's going to hell in a handbasket. The only thing I can do is sit back and watch her burn, I tell you. You know, as far as this guy, this trainer and this trainee up on the mountain holding up traffic for 10 miles and Super Trooper there, it's like I said, don't argue with a cop. Don't pull none of this high and mighty stuff. And, it's my right to leave my window up, or I'm not opening my door, or you need to do this. No, what you need to do is just comply and get it over with. That cop's got a camera. You got a camera. Take it up in court. Don't be sitting there on the side of the road playing Matlock with a cop. He probably had a bad day. He probably, you don't ever know what's going, because, regardless of what his position is, he's still a man. He probably had a bad day. He might have had the old lady gnawing on his ear, or, might have had something going on at work. Might have had somebody shooting at him earlier that day. Nobody knows. And then you get, B.J. McKay and his best friend Bear there wanting to argue with this guy. I'm not opening the door. You hop up here and you do what we say. Well, hey, you know what? He is in the law enforcement position. He's got that, that's what he's there for, to do a job. Comply with the guy. Make life easier for both of you, because you ain't going to gain nothing by arguing with them people, And like I said, if you was in the right, take it up in court, But here's probably, I don't know what the situation was, but you probably had a 23-year-old trainer teaching a 21-year-old student how to drive an automatic truck, And I'm not taking nothing away from nobody, 'cause that's just the way it is. But somebody made a remark, it's the blind leading the stupid out here in the trucking industry anymore. It's been that way for years. They got these big fleets of these automatic wonders putting hot meat in the seat. You got a guy that's been on the road for 24 months teaching a guy fresh out of the puppy mill how to drive one of these automatic trucks. It's like I said, it's the blind leading the stupid, and you can't do nothing about it. But like I said, they should have they went about it all wrong. They should have, there was a time when a yes, sir, and a no, sir went a long way. It all come down to respect. They ain't got no respect for nothing no more. They ain't got no respect for other people. They ain't got no respect for law enforcement. Ain't got no respect for authority. And, you get a guy there and J.B. Hunt or Snyder or whoever throws a trainer hat on him, and all of a sudden he thinks he's King Kong Bundy, and anything that comes out of his mouth is the gospel truth, thus saith the Lord. And he got this little green weenie convinced that, he's Sonny Pruitt reincarnate, and believe me, everything I tell you is the truth. Well, it probably ain't, because the guy with a trainer hat probably didn't know what the hell he was doing, But the bottom line is, whether you're driving a truck, a AMC Pacer, or a bicycle, if a cop pulls you over, yes, sir, and how can I help you? And let's get this done as civilly and as quickly as possible goes a long way. And like I said, if you got a point to prove, take it up in court. Don't do it on the side of the road. That's just retarded.
I got an email. Pappy did say, because these guys, the trainer and the trainee were both arguing with the officer that I asked for a supervisor. You're required to get a supervisor. Pappy said, P.S., never ask for a supervisor. We have no obligation to get a supervisor.
That's exactly right. Yeah. And like, take it before the judge if you got a problem, but don't sit there and try to litigate on the side of the road, especially, and I watch all these videos like everybody else, these TikTokies and YouTubes and everything else, and you get these people turn their cell phone camera up and the cop gets there and they start quoting the law as, and I don't have to do this and it's my right and I feel unsafe and I don't have to answer any questions and I do this and I do that, and it's always either a kid looking for attention or some spoiled brat who's got an entitlement complex. But civilized human beings don't act that way. And all these people you see raising hell with the cops on camera for TikTok and YouTube and everything, they're the same kind of people that drool, rub crap in their hair and vote for Democrats. As a rule. I mean, that's kind of the parameters for those kind of people. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And it's just this spoiled brat, whiny mentality. And I tell you what, it just makes me sick, you know. And but I don't know. I'm a dinosaur, I guess. But this crap wouldn't go on if I had my say about it, you know. Oh, and FYI, Mr. Cummins patented that Jake brake in 1957. It was about 60% of the trucks on the road had them by 1961, and by 1964, all but just a very few had them, because much like the cameras do today, back then having the Jacobs brake on the Jacobs compression retardant system is actually what they called it, but that was the Jake brake. Having those on the truck saved you a whole lot of money in them days. So, you know, I don't know, unless there's a bunch of 85, 90-year-old guys out here, I highly doubt anybody's seen a bunch of trucks without a Jake brake in them. Just saying. Mm-hmm. So, but if it was snowing, he wouldn't have had the Jake brake on anyway, you know, and he probably an automatic, probably had it locked down in some low gear, third or fourth gear, you know, holding it in manual, going down that mountain, you know. Probably didn't have no John bar in it to snub the trailer brakes to keep it straight. And I bet you the greenhorn was shaking like a dog crapping peach pits, and that so-called trainer was probably sitting over in a jump seat with his butthole puckered up tight enough to sharpen a number 2 pencil in it. And I would imagine that cop was getting pretty frustrated when they had about 20 miles of cars backed up behind them. Move over to the side and yield for them people. You know, that goes back to this consideration and courtesy, which obviously these people don't have, because they was arguing like a bunch of kindergartners with a cop on the side of the road. But anyway, I'm going to get off this soapbox, and I'm going to let the Wonder Hound out here and take a squirt, and I'm probably going to go back to bed. So
okay.
Everybody keep it twisted, spotted, and the solid, and the sunny side up, and we'll be 10:42 for another day or two, and we'll catch you on the flip side.
Very good. And get back on your sleep schedule there. Hello to Matthew. He said, hello, happy Friday. Have a great weekend. Steve will pick you back up Monday morning. And Big Moose is on it. It's only going to get worse in the trucking industry. We see trucks every day wondering how to get around town. They can't even back the trailers into the shipping docks. Yep, you see it every day, right? Let's see. Hello, Double R, TGIF, he says. Listening to you trying to get out of New Jersey and the Philadelphia area. Everybody have a good weekend. Hey, it's Friday. The clock's ticking there, Double R. You see what that forecast coming your way is. Get the hell out of Dodge. Hey, you don't want to be there Saturday night. That is for sure. Blind Man got you coming up back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and a loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, we do have lines available. That's the number to call, 844-844-3388. Let's get up to the blind man. Hey, happy Friday, blind man. What's going on?
Well, I was listening to Michael Berry yesterday evening. Since it's wintertime, I can get out-of-town stations earlier. So I was listening to Michael Berry on WGY, Schenectady, New York. And the first 15 minutes of his show, he did a dedication to all the Canadian truckers with the Convoy. And he redid a song, I remember, called Convoy.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And it's called Freedom Convoy, and it's about the Canadian truckers going to Ottawa. And I did get a hold of Terry, Canadian trucker, and he was telling me that Convoy is now 42 miles long, and there's cars and other people joining in the convoy. So that's going to be an interesting demonstration this Saturday, and I hope to hear more about it, find out what's going on up there.
So if you listen, apparently Prime Minister Trudeau believes all those people that are rolling in there to Ottawa are just a bunch of hard right fringe individuals that are expressing incorrect opinions.
Oh, yeah. Another thing that Terry told me, that he says about 1/3 of the Canadians cannot stand Justin Trudeau. And he says, but on the other hand, a lot of Canadians hate the U.S.
Interesting. Okay.
So there you go.
Yeah.
And I had to laugh at Big Moose's story about the blind leading the stupid or whatever. I knew a blind woman. It was about 6 months before I retired from work, and I had to explain to her, what I do, checking the books for sound quality, making sure they're duplicated properly. And this woman, I guess she was totally overprotected by her parents or something. I mean, her mobility skills were horrible. And she wanted me to take her to the restroom. I said, you should know your way around the building by now. You've been here about 6 months. And she reported me to the front office saying that I said something racist to her. And I explained to the head honcho, exactly what happened. And he told me, don't worry about it. You'll be gone in 6 months anyway. You won't have to put up with this anymore. We're going to let her go anyway. And they did. But I got a laugh out of what Big Moose was saying earlier. So I wasn't offended at all. And speaking of the blind, I have heard that justice is blind. If Biden really wanted to fill in the boxes, let's see, black, female, blind, how about in a wheelchair? I think that should cover it. Maybe I left something out. Who knows?
There you go. Yep, got to have all the correct stipulations in there. All right, blind man.
Yeah.
Well, yep, great to hear from you this morning. Happy Friday. Have a good weekend, and we'll chat again. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
After announcing his retirement, President Biden thanked Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer for his decades of public service.
Person I will nominate will be someone with extraordinary qualifications, character, experience, and integrity. And that person will be the first black woman ever nominated to the United States Supreme Court.
Experts say the frontrunner on the list of potential candidates is Federal Appeals Court Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, who clerked for Justice Breyer.
Without a doubt, being a law clerk for Justice Breyer was one of the most rewarding professional experiences of my life.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says he wants to move quickly to confirm a nominee. They're expected to use the same timeline they used for Amy Coney Barrett's nomination. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Mike Lindell, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow, wants to give back to listeners. You can get great discounts on all MyPillow products if you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Deep discounts on all MyPillow products, like the buy one, get one free special on Giza Dream Sheets. All MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Call 1-800-951-8175 or go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Use my promo code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn.
But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, gotta love Dolly Parton. Boy, she had an interview the other day, kind of clearing up speculation that she had insured her breasts. That rumor's been going around for years. I think back in 2010, it was reported that she had insured her reported 40 double D breasts for $600,000. But in an interview with Today, Parton explained that that's a misconception. It's from a comment she made years ago about insuring her legs. It's not true about that, she said. Years ago, was it Betty Grable, one of the great famous stars that was famous for her legs? And at that time, I said, well, maybe I should get my boobs insured since I'm famous for them. It was just a joke. I did not do that. Anyway, the topic came up, apparently Heidi Klum's revelation that a client insured her legs for $2 million. And commenting on that, Dolly kind of pointed out, well, you can get new boobs, but you can't get new legs. Anyway, last week, Dolly celebrated her 76th birthday with a throwback shot on Instagram in her, quote, birthday suit, which was a pink silk jacket and a shirt. Said she spent the day with her husband, Carl Dean. They've been married 55 years. She said they ate a lot of cake. Well, happy birthday, Dolly. What's going on, Rambler?
Oh, nothing much to it, Steve. Good evening, and praise God for taking my call. And, man, I tell you what, I grew up, man, I love Dolly Parton. She's one of the greatest. Even though the bridge isn't officially named after her, I go over the Dolly Parton Bridge every day. And if you travel I-65, you know where it's at.
Yep.
Yeah, I know, man. I tell you, I've always been a big fan of hers and Loretta Lynn's. So, yeah, I love what Big Ed said. Big Ed always gets me to laughing, but it is true. You know, when I find the story, I'll send it to you. When I first started calling your dad years ago, we used to joke about the Bankhead Tunnel because your dad used to work for 1410 WABB many years ago. Like you said, it was just that was the station your dad said that the station manager made him mad about something, and he told the story of, and now Dolly Parton, he played a Merle Haggard record. And then that would get done. that would get it done. All right, time for Waylon Jennings, and he played Merle Haggard. He said he played Merle Haggard. Must have been like 2 hours. They finally fired him. And he packed up and moved on somewhere else. But that was the station that happened at. But, yeah, I mean, these people, I don't know if they're from a different country or just don't know how to read a map, but they'll have warning. Steve, there's warning sirens, bars, everything. That when you even get close to that Bankhead Tunnel, it's a 12-foot clearance. Every alarm goes off, and yet at least once a month you have an RV or a big truck that just slam right into it. I mean, I swear, I think they've hit it so many times it may have rerouted the Mobile River. Seriously. But God bless you, Big Moose. And Big Ed, happy retirement, my old friend. I love you, buddy. And I know I pick on you. I about two-stepping through the tulips or tipped-up through the tulips when that girl beat you years ago at the Gap show. But I love you, and, man, you earned it. Happy retirement, brother. And, you know, Steve, we've got a good message coming up this weekend. Lord's gave me a great message titled The Last Trumpet of God. You know, like Big Ed was saying, you look at the signs of the times, man, they're all over the place, you know.
Yeah.
I get into Scripture, but I'd rather you just come and check us out, Turban Ministries Church on Facebook, and see what the Lord has to say this Sunday. And I know it's going to be cold. I know you're planning on bundling up, probably opening up a couple of adult beverages, cold snacks, and watching the Bengals play. Maybe they'll beat the Chiefs. Who knows? I hope for your sake, because I love you to death, and I value your friendship. That for your sake, I hope the Bengals win. So I'll be pulling for Joe Burrow and the Bengals. I hope everything goes your way, brother.
And if it don't, it won't be the end of the world. I mean, it's only a game at the end of the day. I saw videos from when the Bengals were there in Tennessee. I mean, there was a couple. They were probably drunk Bengals fans and mouthed off or something, but they were getting their asses kicked by Tennessee fans in the stands there. It's like, come on, people, you're fighting over a game. It's crazy.
Just a simple game. Like Andy Griffith said, and I guess they call it football. They're fighting over something that looks like a big orange pumpkin, but really they're fighting over something wrapped up in the pig's bladder and fighting over it, you know. It's just a game. Life goes on. Look, I'm a diehard Alabama fan. You know, I love the Crimson Tide. I've been a Crimson Tide fan since Bear Bryant was a coach, and I didn't like the taste of defeat in my mouth when Georgia come back and beat us 33 to whatever. But it's just a game. Georgia hadn't won one since 1980. They were due for one. We've got 18 or 19. So, you know, hey, you can't win them all. You're not going to win them all, you know. So, but I hope everyone has a great, safe weekend. Stay warm. Stay safe out there, drivers. And remember this, love just not a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. Y'all stay safe. God bless. Hope to see some folks in church this weekend. Steve, I love you and the princess. God bless you, brother. Have a great weekend. We'll catch you later, brother.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us there, Rambler. Appreciate you checking in. Now, there's Double R. I almost called him Double R. What do you say, Double R?
Hey, good morning, brother. How you doing?
Yeah, you going to get out of Dodge on time there?
Well, I'm going to do my ever-loving best. We're on our way to the terminal now in Fairfield, New Jersey. I got to drop a car off. Well, I got to unload 3 cars off my trailer and leave one of them there and then put 3 back on. Then I have to run over to Allentown, PA, drop 1, down to Philly, drop 3. And, we're busier than hell. This Barrett Jackson. I guess Barrett Jackson is their 50th anniversary, and they've got well over 2,000 cars. And to answer Gilligan real quick, Jeff Dunham, the artillery or whatever, Anyhow, he collects them Pinot station wagons. He's a big collector on all them old cars like that. And something else I wanted to tell you. Hell, it sucks getting old, Steve. Oh, Big Moose. My God, I was sitting here busting a gut. That man here, I've actually seen a trainer that's only been driving 6 months training another driver how to drive.
Yeah.
I'll explain that one. And and I'm thinking, you're kidding. No. And I had to sit there. They were trying to blindside into it was a petrol truck stop up there in Kings. I was in Arizona. Yeah, I was in Arizona. And anyhow, I was showing this dude how to teach his trainee how to back this, in blindside. Easier ways. I wasn't teaching him how to do it, I was showing them easier ways of doing it, you know, and whenever you get pulled over, it's like Big Moose said, I don't care what your attitude is, what kind of day you had. That police officers had the same thing. Treat them with a little bit damn respect. You know, I mean, even though you're having a bad day, yesterday, Steve, I got pulled over by a Rhode Island police because my trailer pinged a wire in the middle of a construction zone. And he pulled me over, and I pulled over to the side, and he come up to my truck, and I said, well, hello, officer. You know, and we're sitting there. I said, what did I do wrong here? And he said, well, you pinged that wire back there. I said, really? And I said, I thought the state law is a minimum of 13.7, height of 14.6. I said, that's what I've always been told. I said, maybe I'm wrong. He said, well, I got an officer on the way. I said, that's fine, no problem. Well, the officer got there, you know, and because this dude had to get back to the construction zone because he was working it.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just nice as I can be to him, you know. They don't need this crap, you know. And it's like Big Moose said, take the crap to court. You know, that's what they get paid for. Let them deal with it, you know. But anyhow, that cop told me, he goes, oh, we're not going to write you up. You know, we're just going to forget about it. And I said, well, that's cool. You know, you guys do what you got to do. I said, is there anything I can do? Do you need me to call my work? You know, whatever. I'm trying to help the dude, you know.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing to get upset about, you know. They've got a job just like you got a job. You work together, you get out of there quicker, and things will go a little better.
Yep.
You know, you never know. So, anyhow, that's enough of my crap, but you doing okay?
I'm doing all right. I'm looking at your schedule, your timeline, and I'm thinking you got a lot to get done in a short amount of time, brother.
That's all right, buddy. I got a needle with me, and I'm going to crack a whip. You know I'm lying, too, right?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I know you're lying. You ain't cracking no whip.
No, we can get them off. We could do a stop, open the trailer up, have a car off, and deliver it within 30 minutes. So, I mean, it's not that bad.
Okay.
And most of the time, you know, if you call ahead of people and let them know you're coming in, you know, that'll work. The ones that get me, Steve, is you'll call somebody. Oh, yeah, truck's coming here all the time. Okay. Well, sir, with my truck and my trailer, you know, I'm almost 90 feet long. And, oh, that's no problem. And you get in there, and my God, you have to back out two damn miles, you know, to get out because they don't care. All they want is their car delivered in front of their house, and they want to look, you know, they just want it to look good. You know what I mean?
Right.
And they don't care how you get out. That's your problem, you know. But anyhow, are you going to the truck show this year?
Absolutely. Yes. We're all booked and set. Got a booth. They've got a booth set for me already. And
okay. Well, we're going to try to get down there to you, Steve. We're going to be over there in. We're taking the camper down to Ruby Falls, and we're going to go up there camping with the grandkids, and we're going to try to get out of there and shoot on down to Louisville. So if we don't make it, I'm sorry, but we're going to do our best to get down there to see you and Sis and everybody. So that'll work. But anyhow, I'm going to get off here, Steve. You got a few more minutes. I'm going to let somebody else get on, and you have a wonderful weekend, my friend, and we're out here listening to you.
All right, get out of there before the bomb cyclone explodes. Yeah, what are they saying? Philly, I think they're saying, it could be 3 to 6 in Philly, but then again, if the storm moves 50 miles further west, it could be 6 to 12. But they're not exactly certain still just yet. We'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right. Yes, indeed, as we head down the home stretch here on a Friday morning. Get back to the calls, and let's see who we got on the line here. The beep.
Hello, Steve.
Hey there. Yeah, who's this?
I'm sorry, this is the River Wheel. Hey, I interested in listening to Big Moose and the caller right before you talk about not ever taking your argument with the police officer to the side of the road. But I've got a little story to say that happened to me that I think that's exactly the place that needed to be taken up, right along the side of the road. Over here in Indiana, I drive a little scooter during the warm months, and I was driving down a little country blacktop about 3 years ago, 35 miles an hour. All it would do, Steve, maxed out. I'm coming up to this little hill and double yellow line, and all of a sudden his car whips around me. Guess what? Who do you think it was? Police officer. So I just throw my left hand in the air like, good gosh, you must be in a hurry. No lights on, not going to any call. So he must have seen me throw my hand up in the air. Didn't flip him off, had nothing to do with that, just disgust at his irregard for showing a little bit of example for his profession to abide by the rules of the roads. And so he saw me throw my arm up, and he puts his brake lights on, and he comes back there and pulls me over. So he gets out, and I know you're an Andy Griffith fan, so I'll just use the Barney Fife example. He comes back there, puts his hands on his hips. He's like, you got a problem? I said, yeah, actually I do. I said, I got a problem. You passing me on a double yellow line right up the crest of this hill right here, especially half mile down the road. You'll be able to be free of me anytime you want. And you felt the need to pass me on a double yellow line when you're not on a call. You're not on a call, are you? He stammers and scammers couldn't answer me. So him and I go round and round about it. My point being, you better stick up for yourself sometimes when you know you're right. I kept asking, what kind of example you're setting? Passing on a double yellow line when the road ends down here in a half mile and coming over a little hill. He said, you weren't going fast enough. I said, sir, this is a registered, licensed scooter. Whether you like the fact that it didn't go fast enough for you has nothing to do. You broke the law. So all of a sudden he decides I'm getting a little heated, so he calls in backup, and here comes this guy. He pulls up. And I said, look, you're wasting your time. You weren't here. You didn't know what your fellow officer here did. He decides he can flaunt the law and pass on double yellow line. So it ends up, and he finally said, I should give you a ticket. I said, you're going to give me a ticket for driving down the road max speed that I can do on this. I said, why don't you do that, and we'll go to court, and we'll decide what happens when you pulled the. I'm a cop. I can do whatever I want. When you went on a call, and we'll see. Why don't you give me a ticket? I wanted him to give me a ticket. He wouldn't do it. And anyway, I ended up having to call his boss and said, I just told him the same story I just told you and your listeners. And he's like, he's going to be called in and he'll be talked to. My point being, Steve, if you don't stick up yourself, and sometimes in this life, I don't care if it's a police officer or who it is, no one else will stand up. I knew I was in the right. I knew he was in the wrong. And that's why I took it to the side of the road. So all these people want to talk in absolutes and say you could never do that. Well, in my case, I just told you a story where that's exactly what you needed to do. I didn't get a ticket. I stood up for what I needed to stand up for. Officer flaunting his. So anyway, I just thought that was a time, like I said, like Big Moose. But when you talk in absolutes, you don't always know every single episode that goes on out there.
Sure,
and there are wonderful cops, and there's a few bad ones. But this guy wanted to pump his chest out there, and he thought he would intimidate me. And I told him right off the bat, I'm not intimidated one little bit by you. I know what would happen here. You know what happened here. We can talk it out, or we can talk it out someplace else. And that's when he's like, I could give you a ticket. I said, for what? Not going fast enough? Yeah. I said, why don't you do that? I said, in fact, I would like for you to give me a ticket. Well, he wouldn't do it. So my point being, say what you want to, but sometimes you have to stand up for yourself. That's my credo for today. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Well, fair enough. Yep. I guess a little different than the scenario that unfolded with, the driver trainer and the trainee. It's just, getting kind of like in the face of the officer, right? I mean, that attitude makes a big difference. Like Double R just explained there. I mean, Moose had his little incident where that couple weeks ago, right? When he was doing like 100, he said, I guarantee I was doing $125. And when the officer pulled him over, he said, but I showed that little squirt. And he kind of admitted, I'm sure that set him back a couple bucks, but, he takes his lumps, paid the fine, and be done with it. Hey, before we get out the door here, looking at some of our winter weather advisories, the light snow that had been falling through central Kentucky, there were a handful of counties when we started the program off. They've kind of expanded that out. Much of central Kentucky on over into West Virginia, looking at a couple of inches of snow, baby, out of this, 1 to 2 this early morning. Now, they've already posted some of these winter weather advisories for a good chunk of North Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia, as our nor'easter. The big storm's going to be coming together there off the East Coast starting later today. Now, in the winter weather advisory areas, most are going to be talking like 1 to 3 inches, but just be aware, that advisory kicks in like 4 o'clock this afternoon and goes till like 7 a.m. on Saturday. So things could get a little slick for the afternoon commute there in parts of the Carolinas, Virginia, then on up further to the north. You get ready for your blockbuster storm, which we'll have all the very latest on that when we come back Sunday night into Monday morning. Have a great weekend. See you back next week. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.